Hello everyone, welcome to the latest project on Code with Domi. Today we're gonna build a full stack social media app using the latest expo router and Supabase. In this project, you will learn how to make beautiful and responsive UI. We will implement Supabase Auth so user can log in using their email and password. You'll be able to post images and videos as well. You can create likes, comments, and you can even share the post with your friends. There are so many other features built into this app, so let me quickly show you a demo and then we will start building this app. So as you can see, the app is fully responsive on iOS and Android. So let me just quickly log out, and when we first open the app, it will show a welcome page like this. And if we click on getting started, it will move us to the sign up page where we can fill all the information and create an account. And this is the login page. So let me just quickly use my account and log into the application. Once we click the login button, you will see this loading animation and it will move us to the home screen. Now we don't want to save the password. And on the home screen, you will see all the posts from every user. And if you scroll all the way down, you will see a loading animation because we have implemented pagination. So as you scroll down, it will fetch more and more posts. And if there is no more post, then it won't call the API again. I'll show you how you can implement this. Then you can like any post using this heart icon. You can create comments and you can even share this post. So if I click on this icon, I will be able to share this image, and I can also save this image into the gallery. Then if I click on this comment icon, it's going to open the details model where I can see all the comments. I can also open this detail model using this three dots icon. It's going to open the same model where I can see the list of the comments, and I can even create comments. So let's create this comment. And as soon as this comment is added, you will see there's a new notification on this second device because I'm logged in as Jon Snow on this device. So I'll show you how you can implement this real-time updates from Supabase. So this is the home page. Now let me show you the user profile section. Here is the profile where you can see the user details, and if we click on this edit icon, you'll be able to edit all the information. So let's change the profile image. Let's use this one. And let's also change the bio to Code with Nomi, and let's hit update. This is going to update the user profile data. So image is updated and bio is updated. In this section, you will see only the user post, and we have also implemented pagination here as well. So you can also upload videos in the post. So this is a video post from this account, so you can move forward. This is a fully working player for our videos. You can make it full screen, you can move forward, move back. So this is how the videos are working. Now let me show you how you can create a post. So if you click on this plus icon, we move to the create post screen where you see this fully working rich text editor, and we have a lot of styling features for the post body. So let's add the text as colorful, and now I can make it bold or italic. Then I can move it to a center or to the right side or to the left side. Then if you scroll, we have other features as well. So I can make it heading 1 to make it big, or heading 4. And these are not all of the features from this library. I'll show you how you can implement all of the features. And this will help us to modify the styles for our post body. We can also add media to this post. So if I click on the image icon, it will show all the images from our gallery. I can choose the image. It will show the preview. We can remove this using this icon. And if I click on the video icon, it will show only the videos from our gallery. And I can even trim this video and then select this video for our post. So let's choose this video. Now we can see the video, and this is a fully working player. So you can check the video before posting. So let's remove this and add the image for this post. Let's choose the flowers and hit post. And when the post is created, it will instantly appear on both of the devices, and that's because we're using the real-time changes from Supabase. I'll show you how you can implement those. Then if I open the post details on this second device, let's create a comment to see how the notifications are working. So let's say nice and add this comment. The comment is added, and also a new notification is added on the first device. So if I click on this notification icon, it will show all the notifications for this user. These are the old notifications for testing. And if I click on this new notification, it will open the post details and highlight the comment that was created. This is very useful because this way user can know which comment was related to the notification. So let's create another comment, morning, and let's click send. The comment is added and so the notification item. So let's click on this new item and it will highlight the new comment that was created. So this is very helpful. Next, let's see how we can delete or update any post. So if user opens his own post, he will be able to see two icons at the top, edit and delete. And if we click on the delete icon, we will show the same page but with the post data. So let's change this text to morning, and let's also remove the styling, and let's update. And when this is updated, it will be updated on both of the devices. It's updated on iOS and Android from both accounts. And you won't see the comments count here on this home feed because we are not using real-time updates here, but I'll show you how you can do that. But for now, simply if we just reload the application, the comments count will be updated. Now let's see how we can delete comments and the posts. These icons will only be shown to the post owners, and for delete comment, only the post owner and the comment owner can delete them. So let me open another post to show you what I mean. So this is my comment and I can delete this, but if I open the same post from Jon Snow's account, he won't be able to delete this because only Sarah and I can delete this comment. Now let's see how we can delete the comment. So if we click on the delete comment icon, it will confirm us. Then if we delete, it will be removed. And now let's see what happens if we open the notification related to that comment. So if I click on this, it won't highlight anymore because the comment wasn't there. And if we delete the post, we won't be able to see the post details. So let's delete this. And as soon as we delete this, it's gone from both of the devices because of the real-time changes. Now let's open the notification item, and now it will say post not found because we just deleted it. So this is how the real-time changes are working and how the notifications are working. So this is just a brief demo of all the features. You can view all the posts, upload images, videos, see the profile section, update profile data, create comments, likes, and share the post. If you want to upgrade your React Native skills, then this is the video for you. You can find the source code link into the video description. Also, you can find so many other great apps like this one on my channel. So make sure to like the video and subscribe the channel for more content like this. So let's start building this app. So first we're gonna create an expo router application. So first you'll need to go to expo.dev/router/installation, or if you go to expo.dev, in the sidebar you will see this installation option. Just click on it and you'll find this page. So there is this manual installation guide, but we're gonna stick to the quick start. So let's just copy this command and we're gonna open the terminal. Let's move to the desktop and paste this command here. And for the name of this application, we're gonna use Supa Social App because we're using Supabase as well. Now this is going to download all the template files for us, and in the meantime, let me show you something. So we're gonna use eraser.io to track the progress of our application or to draw any mockup of the screen. And in the sidebar, I've added all the steps that we're gonna do while building this application, and in the canvas, we can draw anything. So for the setup, we have created the Expo Router app. So I'll just mark this as done. Now we're gonna perform all of these steps. Now the application is downloaded and we can close this terminal. I've already opened the project into VS Code, so I'll just drag it here and make it full screen. Let's also add our simulator here. So I've already opened the simulator. So let's adjust them both in a single window like this. Let me make it smaller. Now let's try to run this application and see what it looks like. So let's open the terminal and run the command npm run ios. Now this is going to build this project for us and open in Expo Go, and it's building. Okay, the app is running and we have two tabs at the bottom, Explore and Home Screen. We're using the latest Expo router SDK. So if you see in the package.json, we're using 51 SDK. And if you go into the app folder, you will see all of the code for these tabs, Explore and Home. But we're gonna delete all of these files because we're going to start from scratch. So let's delete all of these files. And in the assets, in the components, we will delete all of these files as well, but we'll keep the components folder. And in the constants, we don't need this colors file, so let's delete this as well. And hooks, we don't really need the hooks, so let's just remove them. Okay, so now we have a very clean slate to start with. So let's create our first component, index.jsx. Don't worry about this error, just create a functional component inside this, and let's save this. Now we're gonna have to reload our application, and we will see our first component. As you can see, the index file. Now if you want to learn more about expo router, I will leave the link of a detailed video about expo router into the video description, so you can check it out. So now we're gonna perform all of these steps, starting with the theme setup. So let's go back to our application and create a theme file into the constants, and I'll just copy and paste the theme configuration here. This is an object containing the colors, fonts, and the radius that we will use throughout the development of this application. So we have the basic colors, primary, dark, gray. We have the fonts, which we'll use as the font weight, and the radius is. I've defined all of this into this file because if we need to change anything, we will just change this here. Now let's create another file, index.js, and let's just leave it empty for now, but we'll use this later. We will also use some helpers to design our application. So let's create helpers folder, and inside this, let's create a common.js file for our common helpers. Now to make our app responsive, we're gonna give some of the styles as percentages, and for that we will use the device height and device width to calculate a percentage value for the style. And we can get the device height and width from the dimensions object from React Native. So this will get us the height and the width of the window, which is actually the height and width of the current device. Now we will create a function HP that stands for the height percentage, and this will receive a percentage value. Now using that percentage value, we will calculate a value using the height and width of the current device. So percentage multiplied by the device height divided by 100, that will give us the height percentage. And we'll just copy this one for the width percentage. So let's copy this and call this WP as width percentage, and we'll just change the device height to device width. Now we can use this to make our design responsive. Now let's create a component inside the components folder as screen wrapper. This is going to wrap all of our screen, and we're gonna give a padding top to this component so that our content don't conflict with the notch area. So this will receive children props as and the background. So let's remove this, and here we will display all the children's, and let's add a style to this. Let's give this a flex one so that it takes full space. And for the padding, we will use safe area insets so that we have a padding on all of the devices. So let's use the top value from use safe area insets. And first we will check if the top value is greater than 1. That means this device has a notch, and in that case we will give the padding as top plus 5 pixels. Otherwise we will have a 30 pixels of padding. Now let's use this in our styles object as the padding top, and let's also add a background color as BG, which we are passing to this component. So let's use it here, and everything's good to go. So let's save this. Now we're gonna use this, but let's review what we have done so far. So setup theme is done, helpers are done, and screen wrapper is done. Next we're gonna design our welcome screen. So let's create a welcome screen into our app folder like this, and let's create a functional component. and I'm able to use these short codes to create a component quickly, and I'll show you how you can do that. So if you head over to extensions, you will need to install this extension ES7 plus React Redux snippets, and you will also need to install this simple React snippets extension. So then you'll be able to use these snippets to create your functional or class components quickly. So now let's use our screen wrapper here, and let's save this. But we are not able to see the welcome screen yet, so let's go to the index screen, and here let's create a button that will move us to the welcome screen. Don't worry about this, our first page will always be the welcome page, but the reason we are using this index page because later we will use this as unloading when we implement the authentication. So just go with the flow for now. So when we press on this button, we will use our router to push to the welcome screen like this. Let's save this, and if we go to welcome, we are moving to welcome screen, but we have this padding at the top, which I think we haven't defined into our screen wrapper. But I think it's coming from the header from our layout because we are in a stack layout. So let's create a layout file into the app folder, and let's create a functional component, and here we will need to return the stack layout. So let's return a stack layout and save this. Now here you can see we have the header, but if we hide this header, maybe this padding will go away. So screen options and add header shown as false. And now the header is gone, but we don't see the index page, so we will need to use our screen wrapper here as well. So let's use screen wrapper, and let's save this. Now if we go to welcome page, we don't see that padding and the header is gone. Now let's start working on our welcome screen, but first we're gonna create a mock-up of our welcome screens. So this is the welcome screen, and let me just add a label here like this. Now here first we will have an image of the welcome screen on the top. So let's say this is the welcome screen image, and at the bottom we will have our app name or app logo. We don't have a logo, so we'll just have an app name. It will be big like this, and then after this we will have a punchline for our application. This will be small, and this will show after the app name. Now at the bottom we will have a get started button. So let's create a button, and this will be get started. Now I know this looks very ugly, but we'll make this beautiful using the styles. So let's start designing this, and before that let me just import all of the assets into the images folder. So let me just copy and paste them here. So here we have the default user image, which will show in case user don't have an image, and the welcome image, which is shown on the welcome screen. So let's go to our welcome screen. Let's remove this, and we're gonna give a background of white to our screen wrapper. So let's use bg equals white. Then inside this component, we are gonna use a component called status bar from expo router to make the fonts into the status bar as dark like this. Now let's use another view which will be the container. So let's give this a style as styles dot container, which we will create in a second like this. Now we already have a style sheet here, so let's create style sheet as container. Let's give this a style of flex1, align items as center, and justify content as space around, background color as white, and the padding horizontal as now for the padding horizontal we're gonna use the WP method that we created earlier. So this will auto import. Let's go to our helpers. Oh, we forgot to export it, so let's export both of these functions. Now this will auto import from this file. Now let's use WP, and now we can import this, and let's give this WP of 4. That will mean width percentage of 4, but we are not able to see it because the background is white. So if I change this to red and change the padding to margin horizontal, Then we will see a slight margin around the container, and we can change this using a bigger value, and we will have the bigger margin. So this way you can use these values as percentages to give the style as responsive style. So we'll use these. Now inside this container we will use the welcome image first. So let's import the image component from React Native. Then for the style we will use styles dot welcome image, which we will define later. And for the source we will use the welcome image that we just copied from assets slash images slash welcome.png. And let's save this. We can already see the image, but we will add the styles. So let's also add resize mode as contain. Now let's add the styles for this image as the welcome image. We will give this a height and width using the HP and WP methods. So for the height, HP which will be the height percentage of 30, and this will take the 30% of the overall height of the device, and width will be 100, which will mean the full width of the device. And align self to the center so that the image shows into the center like this. And the image is looking good now. And now after this image we're gonna show the app title and the punchline. So let's add a comment here first as the title, and let's create a view and give this a style of gap of 20. This will be the gap between the title and the punchline. And let's add a text component for our app name, and let's add the styles as styles start title, and the title of our app is link up. And let's copy this text component for the punchline as well. So let's change the styles to punchline and remove the title and add our punchline, which is where every thought finds a home. And every image tells a story like this. Now if I save this, we can see the title and the punchline, but we need to add the styles. So let's add the style for the title. Now we're gonna use the color from our theme object. So let's import the theme object. So we can use all of these different colors from our theme as the primary, dark, or text color. So let's use the color text for this title. And we can use the HP method to make the font size responsive. So let's use HP of 4. That will mean 4% of the total height. Let's also align the text into the center. And for the font weight, we already have the font weights into our theme object. So let's go to theme.fonts. If we go into the fonts, we have the medium, semi bold, and the bold. So let's use extra bold. And now we have an extra bold title of our app. Now let's add the styles for the punchline, and we will have the text align into center, padding horizontal of WP 10, and the font size of HP 1.7. We need to make it smaller, and the color will be the same text color for that we use for the title. Let's save this. Now we have the title and the punchline styled. Now at the bottom we're gonna have a footer area where we'll display a get started button and some login text. So let's create a view, give this a style of footer, and here we will have a custom button that will say get started. So we'll create this custom button so we can use it after. So let's create a component inside this folder button, and let's create a functional component. Now let's save this and import this here. We'll have to pass some properties later, but for now let's leave it empty. So now we can see the button. So let's go inside this, and this button will receive some properties as a button style, then the text style, the title for this button, and an onPress method, which is an empty function for now, but we will provide the function later. So a loading, by default it will be false, and a property has shadow if we want to have shadow for this button, so by default this will be true. Now let's change this view to a pressable, and the onPress method will be the onPress function that will pass to this. And for the style, we will have multiple styles for this button. So first we will provide the styles from style sheet. So styles are button, we will provide this here. These will be the default styles. Then we will provide the button style that we pass to this from parent component. And then we will also have some shadow styles. So let's create an object here, shadow styles. And this function, this object will only be applied if the has shadow property is true. So if has shadow is true, then we'll provide shadow styles like this. And same for the text. So by default we will have the text style from the style sheet in this component. So styles dot text, and the text style from the parent component like this. And this button will display the title. So we can pass the title from the parent component. So let's pass the title here as getting started. And if I save this, you can see we have the getting started title. Now let's add a button style as well and give this a margin horizontal of WP3. And we can also pass an onPress function. So let's leave it empty for now. So now we're gonna have to style this button. Then we'll come to this function again. So for the button style, let's add the background color from our theme object as the primary color like this. Then for the height of this button, let's use our HP function to give this a height of 6.6%. Then justify content as center, align items as center, and then border curve as continuous. And let's use the border radius from our theme object as theme. We need to import the theme.radius.xl, and these are already defined into our theme object, so we can use these multiple radiuses. Now let's save this, and this looks weird, but we'll fix this later. So now let's add the style for the text. So text style, and let's give this a responsive font size of HP 2.5. Then color will be white, and the font weight, we already have the font weights into a theme object, so let's use the font weight of bold, and let's save this. Now the reason why it's showing this because it doesn't have a full width. So let's go into our welcome screen, not this one, so welcome screen, and we need to provide the full width to our footer. So let's give the styles for the footer as, let's add a gap of 30 pixels, then width will be 100% like this. Okay, so the button is looking good. Now this is our custom button that we can use later. So we're gonna use this multiple times. So the only thing left is the shadow styles for this button. So let's add the shadow styles. Let's do shadow color as the dark color from our theme, then shadow offset, which will be an object, width will be 0 and height will be 10 pixels like this, and shadow opacity as 0.2, shadow radius will be 8, and then the elevation will be 4 for Android devices. Let's save this, and now we can see the shadow behind the button. And if I make the has shadow property false, we won't see this shadow. So we can control this shadow by using this has shadow property from the parent component as well. So this component is almost complete. We are just gonna show the loading state using this loading property. So if this loading is true, we're gonna make a condition here. If loading is true, we're gonna return a view here. that will display the activity indicator. So let's create a view and give this a style as the style sort button. Actually, we need to give this the style start button and the button style, because we want to take the same space as the button is taking. So style start button and the button styles, then the background color will be white like this, and inside this we're gonna display the activity indicator. So let's create another component for our loading state. So into the components folder, let's create a new file, loading.jsx, and let's create a functional component. Now this function will receive the size and the color property for this loading indicator. So by default the size will be large and the color will be the primary color from our theme. This will be the default color, but we can change these properties from the parent component. So let's give this the style as justify content into the center and item center, line item center. Then inside this we gonna return an activity indicator from React Native. Give this a size as the size, and the color will be color from the props. Let's close it and save it. Now we can use this loading component in the button component. So let's move to button, and here import the loading, and let's save this. Now we need to make the loading true to see this. So let's make it true, and now we can see the loading state. So this is how the loading state will show, and if this is false we will display the button. So this component is complete. Now we can move back to the welcome screen and add the login text at the bottom of this button. So we'll change this later. Now let's add a view after this button and give this a style of bottom text container like this, and inside this we're gonna have a text component with the style of login text, and this will say already have an account. If yes, then a user will click on the login button. So after this let's add a pressable for the login button, and inside this we will have a text component that will say login. So for the style of this component, let's use styles.login text like this, and this will say login. And if I save this, we can see the text, but we need to style it. So let's go to our style sheet and add bottom text container and give this a flex direction of row, justify item center, and align item center. And let's save this. So we need to add a gap between these texts. So let's add a gap of 5 pixels. Okay, it looks good. Now let's add the style for the login text, and let's give it text line center and text color as the text color from our theme, and then the font size using our HP function as 1.6, and let's save this. Okay, so the text looks good, but we need to make the login text as the button so that user know it's a button. So that's why I added an array of the styles here. So let's change the color as the primary dark color from our theme, and let's also make it semi bold. So font weight as the theme dot fonts dot semi bold, and let's save this. Now this looks more like a button so that user can click it. So this welcome screen is complete, and next we're gonna move to the sign up and login screens using the getting started and the login button. So first let's create those components. Let's create the login screen and a functional component. Let's change the name and save it. Let's create the sign up page, a functional component, and let's change the name and save it. Now we're gonna use a router to move to these screens inside the welcome screen. So let's use the use router hook from expo router. And when we click on this button, we have this on press method. This will push a new route as the sign up. So we'll move to sign up screen, and for this login button, we will use on press method, and this will push us to the login screen that we just created. So let's save this and see if this is working. So go to welcome screen, and if I hit getting started, we move to sign up. And if I hit on the login, we will move to the login screen. Okay, so let's move to our steps, and we have completed the custom button and the welcome screen. Next, we're gonna work on login and sign up screen, and I'm gonna show you how you can use SVG icons using a very cool library. So we're gonna perform all of these steps, back button icons. So let's create a mockup of the login screen. So let's say this is our login screen. Let's add the label as login screen. First, we will display a text at the top, welcome back. This will be displayed here. Then we will have some fields for the email. So this will be email, and let's copy this for the password. Then we will have a button at the bottom that will say login. So let's just copy this one and paste it here, login, and this will match the theme. So let's give it a green color. So this will be our login screen, and same will be used for the sign up screen. So let's just copy this. The only thing we will add here is we will have a username here. So this will say get started, and this will be the username. Actually this we won't display the username here, so let's move these at the bottom, and at the top we will display the username because we also want to get the username, and then email, and then password, then the login button. Sorry, this will say sign up like this. So let's also change this label, sign up screen. Okay, so both of these screens looks very simple, but they will look good once we're finished with all of these steps. So first we're gonna create a back button inside the login screen. So let's move to the login screen, and first we need to add a screen wrapper so that our content is away from the notch area. And for the back button, we're gonna use the icon. So let me show you the library that we're gonna use, and it's called the huge icons. It's a paid library, but we can use the stroke icons for free. So let me show you how you can use the icons as an SVG into React Native. So first I will search for the home icons, and let's press enter, and this will show all the icons that we can use. So let's use this one, and if I press on this icon at the bottom, this will expand the page, and there you can find the React Native code for showing this icon as an SVG. So for this to work, we need to install this React Native SVG library. So let me just install this first. Let's open the terminal and npm install React Native SVG, and this will install the library. We will also restart our server. So let's write npm run iOS again. So if we have any error, we will fix this right now. So the app is running. Now let me just refresh the app. Okay, so we don't see any errors. That's a good sign. So we're gonna use this back icon in the login component, but let me show you how we can actually use the component. So this is the React Native code for this home icon. So I'll just copy all of this code, and let's create a folder into my assets as the icons, and I'll create a new file in here, home.jsx, and I'll copy and paste all of this code. So now let's change the component name to home, and you can see we are passing some props to this component, and if you scroll you will see this stroke width which is fixed, but we don't want to have a stroke width as 1.5. we want to be able to control it using from our parent component. So I will provide it as props dot stroke width, so we can pass it from the parent component and it will be updated. Now it's very simple to use this component. So let's go into our login screen, and here I'll just import the home icon from our assets. And if I close it and save it, uh, there we go. We can see the home icon that we just copied, and we can provide some of the properties here like stroke width as let's say 2. This will increase the stroke width, as you can see, and we can also change the color. So if I go into home, we can see the color property, which is black. So we can change this color property because we are passing the props from the parent component and then spreading all the props here. So I'll be able to change the color from here as well. So let's use the primary color from our theme object, and this will update the color of the icon. And we can use other icons. So let's use rose from our theme, and this has updated the color. So this is how you can use the icons from the Huge Icons Pro. So the process is very simple. You just search the icons. In our case, we're gonna use the back arrow, and if I search for arrow, I can use all of these icons. If I search for, let's say, image, I can use these icons for media. So let's say I want to use this icon, I will expand this and use I can copy all of this code. Then I can move to our application and create a new file here, same way we created home, and we can change the stroke width if we want to be able to control it. So this is the process. Now I'm gonna create an index file here because I want to generalize using these icons. So I just have to import one file and use all the icons. So this component will be icon. So let's change the name to icon like this, and we will have an array of all the icons here. So the key will be the name of the icon, and then it will return the icon component from the same folder. And we can use other icons like arrow left, and this will have the arrow left icon from this directory. We will add these icons later, but we don't have this for now. So let's just use home. This component will receive some icon props starting with the icon name and some other props that will include height, width, or stroke width. So first we need to get this component. So icon component using the name on the icons array. This will be name like this. And once we get the icon component, we can return this here with all these props from the parent component. We will have some fixed height and width if there is no size property from the props. So first we need to give the size property from the props. If it doesn't exist, then we will use 24 height, and same goes for the width. If we have the size property, then this size, otherwise 24. Then for the stroke width, we will use the stroke width from our props, and if it doesn't exist, the default stroke width will be 1.9 like this. And for the color, we will use the light text color from our theme, but we can obviously change this because we will be spreading all the props here. So in case if we need to change any of these properties, we can just pass it from the parent component and this will be updated. So this will be icon as well. Now we can just import this icon component and give this a name, and this will show the icon. So let's go into the login component. We no longer need to import the home icon, and let's remove this. Now we can import the icon from the icons folder and just give it a name as home and save this. And this will display the same home icon again, and we can pass the other properties and these will work. So color red, and this is updated. So I've created all of the files for the icons that we're gonna use into this application. So I'll just copy and paste them into the icons folder. Yes, replace. So these are all the icon files that I just copied from the Huge Icons, that the way I just showed you guys before. So let's go into the index component and let's copy the icons array here as well for all the icons. So these are all the icons. Now let me just copy and paste the import statements for all of these icons. So let's remove all of this and paste it here. Okay, we have all the icons, and let's save this. Style sheet doesn't exist. I think we don't need this, so let's just remove it. Okay, so now we'll be able to use all of these icons from this icon component. So let's go into login, and let's change the name to mail. And now this is showing the mail icon, and if I change this to delete, and this will say the delete icon, and arrow left icon. So now we can use all of these icons just using the icon component. And let's go into our steps. We have completed the icons part. Now we're gonna work on the back button. So the back button will go actually on the top left corner. So let's see if we can use the icon arrow. So there is the back button. So this will be displayed here at the top left corner on both of these screens. So now let's create a back button component into our application, into the components folder. Let's create a new file, back button.jsx, and let's create a functional component. Let's save this. Now let's first import this into the login. Now let's remove this, and first we're gonna use the status bar component to change the style dark for our status bar text. Then let's create a view and give this a style of styles.container, and inside this we're gonna have our back button component. Let's close this and save this. So we can see the back button. Now let's go into the back button and start designing. First, this view will be a pressable so that we can press on this back button, and then inside this we're gonna use the icon. So let's import the icon, and the name will be arrow left. Then stroke width will be 2.5, and the size, we will actually pass the size from the parent component, but by default it will be 26, but we can change it from the parent component. So let's use size, and for the color let's use the text color from our theme object like this, and let's save this. Now it will be able to see the icons. There is this icon. Now let's apply the back function on this pressable. So on press, we actually need to pass the router to this component for that to work. So let's move to the login component, and let's create a router here. Use router from expo router. Then let's pass the router to this back button like this. And if I go into the back button, we can use the router. So we can use the router.back function to go back to the previous route. Now let's add the styles for this button. So let's use the styles.button style. Now we will define this style into our style sheet. So button, and first we will give it an align self of flex start, then the padding of 5 pixels, and border radius from our theme as the small. Then we're gonna have a background color. So we will have a transparent black color. So let's use RGBA color, black color with 0.07 opacity, and let's save this. Okay, so the button is looking good. Now if I click on this button, we should go back to the previous route, and let's see if it's working. Okay, the back button is working. So next we're gonna work on our login screen. So let's move to our login component. Now here I can define all of the styles one by one, and I can show you how you can style each and every component, but I don't want to do that because this will take a lot of time to complete this whole application. So I'll just copy and paste the styles for this component, and when I use them, I will show you what styles I've used for any component. So let me just copy and paste the whole style sheet here like this, and let's save this. I will use all of these styles for this component, but I'll show you each and every style. So we need to import WP and HP methods, and then the theme object as well. That's why we are seeing this error. So for the container, as you can see, we have flex, gap, and the padding horizontal of WP5. You can use these. Now we're gonna have a welcome text. So let's add a comment welcome, and then a view, and inside this let's have a text container. Give this a style of welcome text, and then this will say, hey, welcome back. So let's just copy this and change this to welcome back, like this. Now let's save this, and we can see the welcome back text, and the styles for this are font size, font weight as this, and the color as the text color from our theme, so you can use these. So next let's add, we're gonna add the input, so let's add a form text, then let's add a view and give this a style of styles.form, which we already have in our theme. So if I click on the form style, you will see we only have a gap of 25 pixels for each input item. So let's create a text component, and let's give it a style of, let's use font size of HP 1.5, and for the color, let's use the theme colors of text, and inside this will say please log in to continue, like this. Okay, so now let's create the input component for our email input, but I want to use it as a custom input component because we're gonna use it multiple times, and it will be better to use it later for other components. So let's create a custom input component inside the components folder, and let's create a functional component, and this will receive some props from the parent component, so let's receive them. And this will be the container view, so let's give this a style of styles.container. Let's use an array because we can pass the container styles from the parent component as well. So if we have the container styles from the parent component, we will use these, like this. And let's remove this text, and we can also pass the icon from the parent component. So if we have the icon, then we will just simply display the icon here. And for the text input, let's import it from the React Native, and let's give it a style of flex1. We're gonna pass the placeholder from the parent component, but let's have the placeholder text color as the text light color from our theme object, like this. And the reference will also be passed from the parent component if we need it for some reason. So props.input_ref, we will use this if we are passing from the parent component. Then the rest of the props we will just spread them here in case if we pass any. So let's close this. Now let's design for this container style, so let's specify the container styles here, container. And then we're gonna have the flex direction as row because we can display the icon and the input. So the height will be HP 7.2, and then the line items center, justify content into the center as well. Let's use the border width of let's say 0.4, and the border color will be from our theme, so let's use the text color. Then the border radius will be double XL from our theme, radius dot double XL. Border curve will be continuous, and padding horizontal of 18 pixels. Then finally we're gonna have a gap of 12 pixels because we are displaying the icon and the input, so we need to have a gap between them. Now let's move back to the login component, and here let's use the input component that we just created. So first we're gonna use the icon for this input, so let's use the icon component. Make sure you import the icon from the assets/icon, so we have this here. Then let's add the name as mail icon, then the size will be 26 pixels, and for the stroke width we'll use 1.6, like this, and let's close it. Then let's add the placeholder for this input as this will say enter your email, so let's add it here, like this. And next we will have on change text function. This will trigger every time user types a word, so this will give us a value. So let's leave it empty for now. Let's close it and save it. And there you can see we have our custom input with the icon. Now we're gonna save the email or the password into a reference. So let's create a reference for the email and password. You can use the state as well, but the thing is the state updates every time user types even a letter, so that's why I'm using a reference, but you can use the state. So let's use the password reference. Now let's also create a state for the loading. So whenever the loading is true, we will show a loading instead of the button. So by default, this will be false, like this. Now let's change the email reference current value whenever we got the value from the email input, like this. And let's just copy this for the password input. And let's change this to enter your password. So now if I type anything, I can see whatever I type, but I don't want to do that. I want to hide it. So for that, we need to use a property as secure text entry on this input. So if I add it here, we won't be able to see now whatever we type, just like this, just like how password fields work. Now let's change the icon to lock icon. There we go. So these icons are coming from the input component that we created, and you can either copy them from huge icons or you can find them into the source code. I will leave the link of the source code into the video description. Now we're gonna have a forget password text after these inputs. So let's create a text component here, and I'll give this a style of styles.forget password. We already have this into our style sheet, and this will say forgot password with a question mark, like this. So if I go into the forgot password, this says text line on the right, font weight, and the color. So you can use these styles. Now let's add a button here, and this will be the login button. So let's import our custom button from the components and give this a title of login. And then we're gonna have the loading state, which we already defined here, and then an onPress method which will trigger the onSubmit function. Now let's create this onSubmit function. Okay, so you can see the button, and let's see if everything is okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to change the background color. So let's change the background color from our screen wrapper. Let's give it a white color, like this. And after this button, we're gonna have a footer area where we will display if the user don't have an account, then he can just go to sign up. So let's add footer area. Let's give this a style of footer, and in the footer styles we have all of these styles, so you can just copy these from here. Then inside the footer we will have a text component with a style of styles.footer text, and this will say I don't have an account. Then just simply go to sign up page. So for the sign up, we will make this as a button. So let's create a pressable, and inside this pressable we'll have a text component with the same style as the footer text. So this will just say sign up. We're gonna use the same styles as the footer text, but we're gonna make sure it looks like a button as well. So we will add more styles like the color. So let's use the color as the primary dark color from our theme. Then the font weight will be semi bold. So let's use theme dot fonts dot semi bold, like this. And let's save this. Now it looks like a button. So our component is almost complete. Let's test if the loading is working. So if we change the loading state to true, we should see the loading indicator, and yes we do. And let's change it back to false. Now we're gonna do the validation here. So if I click on the login, we should validate the login and the password, and this should be password reference. And if we have both the email and the password, only then we will call the API. So let's check. If we don't have the email reference dot current value, or if we don't have the password reference dot current value, then we will use an alert to say to the user that please fill all the fields like this, and then we will just simply return from here. But if we have both of the values, then we are good to go and we will call the API, but not now. So let's see if this is working. So if I click on it, we see the error, and if we only have the email, we will still see this error. And if we have the password too, we don't see this error, so we are good to go. So with this, our login component is complete, and we can just copy this for the sign up, and we'll change a few of the things. So let's copy this whole code, and we'll go to sign up and paste this here. Let's save this. I don't know why, but the application just crashed. So let's start it again. Okay, it's working fine. Let's go to the login component, and this is working. So let's change a few of the things for the sign up component, and let's change the component name to sign up. Let's also change the name when we export this component in here, and let's save this. We're getting a warning here. Navigation state was from the oh, this is nothing, we can just ignore it. So let's go to the sign up page, and it's still the same as the login. So let's change some settings. We already in the sign up page, so this will say sign up like this, and we will also add a name input. So let's create a reference for the name input, and then this will say let's get started. So let's change the welcome back to get started like this, and then this line will say please enter the details to create a new account like this. Now we need to create a new input for the name. So let's copy the email and change the icon to user. This will show the user icon, and let's change the placeholder to enter your name like this, and this will be name reference. So now user can able to enter the email, password, and the name. We don't need this forgot password here, so let's remove this, and this button will say sign up like this, and this will say already have an account, then please press the login button. So for this we will need to change the sign up to login. Now we need to be able to move to these screens, so we need to go into the login screen and first implement the routing here as well. So when we press on this button using the on press function, we need to move to the sign up screen. So router dot push to the sign up, and let's copy this the same for the sign up screen, and here we will just go to the login page. Let's copy this here and change this to login like this. So if we click on the login, we move to login page, and if we click on the sign up, we move to sign up page. Let's see if the validation is working on the sign up. So if I click on the sign up button, yes, the validation is working, and with this we just completed the UI for the login and the sign up pages. So now let's see what we have done so far. We have implemented the custom back button, so this is done and the validation is done. Next step is the Supabase setup. So now we're gonna add Supabase into our login and sign up pages. So let me show you the Supabase website. So this is the project I was working with before, but you will need to go to supabase.com, and once you create an account you will be redirected to your dashboard, and there you can create a new project. So let's go to dashboard and create a new project for our application. You will have to choose your organization. So mine is Sayed Naman, so I'll click on this. Then for the project name, I'll choose Super Social App, like this. Then type a strong password for your database. Then choose the region, which is obviously in your case closest to your audience, and then create the project. So once the project is created, you can see your service role, anon key, and the project API key. And in the sidebar, you can see all the features like database, auth, storage, real time. So we're gonna use all of these in a later. But now let me show you the guide to set up authentication in React Native. So this is a very comprehensive guide. This shows you how you can create the application, create the login components, then implement authentication. We already have created the application, so we just need to install these dependencies. This is the Supabase client library. So I'll just select these and copy them. Let me just close the server and install all of these libraries in here. Okay, so these are installing. Now we already have our login component and the sign up component, so we don't need to create it again. And we just need to create a supabase.ts file in our lib folder, and then have all the configuration there. So let's create lib folder and then supabase.js. Then let's just copy this client configuration. So this code basically creates a Supabase client which we can use to implement authentication. So I'll just copy this and paste this here, and the libraries are installed. So let's run our application. Okay, so now we're gonna get the Supabase URL and the anon key for these variables so that we can create a client. And let me show you how you can get these values. So go into your Supabase project, and there are multiple ways you can get these API keys. So once you create the project, and you'll be redirected to API key section, and there you can find the project key and the anon key here. But if you lost that page, you can go into the sidebar into the project settings, and under the API section you will find the API keys. So you can find the project URL and the anon key. There is one more way to get the API keys. Just go to your home section and click on this connect button, and then click on the mobile framework. This will show you the project URL and the anon key, so you can copy this and paste this into your application. So let's copy the project URL, and let's copy this into our constants. So we already have constants index file. So let me just export a constant here, Supabase URL, and paste the key here. Then let's also export the anon key. So Supabase anon key, and let's copy it from our project. This is the anon key, paste it here and save this. Now we can import these API keys into this file, so we don't really need to have these variables. So let's just remove them and directly import them and use them here. So Supabase URL and the Supabase anon key, like this. Okay, so this will create a client for us, and in the bottom here, this is just an event listener for Supabase to auto refresh the token. So let's go to our guide, and we have created the Supabase client. Next step is to create the login component, which we already have. Then we need to use the sign in with password function and send the email and the password to log in with Supabase. But first we need to sign up the user, so we will use the sign up method, and we will pass the email and password, and this will return us a session for that user if the user is created successfully. So we already have the UI, so let's go into our application and implement this sign up. So let's go to application is running, so let's just refresh the app. Okay, the app is running, and let's go to our sign up page. And here, using the Supabase client, we will implement the sign up functionality. So let's go to sign up page, and here in this function we already have the variables, so we will just trim the name, email and the password. So if there are any blank spaces, it will just remove them. So trim the name. Let's copy this 2 more times for the email and for the password as well. Okay, so this will get rid of the blank spaces. Then we're gonna start the loading because we're going to call the Supabase signup function. So let's see how we can use this. We're gonna call the signup function with an object email and password. Then it will return a data and then error in the response. So let's get the data and the error object, and we need to use await Supabase dot auth. So this is the client that we just created. We need to import this and then we can use the auth service and then the sign up function. There we go. So this will be a function that will receive email and password in an object like this. So once this is created, we need to console log the data. So let's console log the session and we can get the session inside the data. So let's get the session like this, and it will show the session. And let's also console log the error if we have any. And in case we get any error, we will want to show an alert box to the user. So we will make a check if there is an error. We will use the alert from React Native. And this will show sign up error as error.message. And finally, we need to stop the loading. So let's stop the loading here, make it false, and let's save this. Now, before we test everything, we need to enable the email provider. So if it's not already enabled, go into your authentication service and in the sidebar, you will see providers. So let's just refresh the page. Okay, so in the sidebar you can see the providers. Click on the provider and by default the email will be enabled, but we need to turn off this confirm email option, because if we don't, it will send a confirm email on the email that we used to sign up, and we need to perform an extra step. I don't want to do that, so we just need to turn it off. And then let's try to register an account and then hit sign up. So we saw the loading, and in the console we see error as null, and we got the session data. This has the access token. That means our user is logged in and it's successfully registered on the Supabase. So there we can find all the user data. We have the email verified false, phone verified, and the user ID. So we can see this user into the Supabase as well. If you go into the users, you will see all the registered users here. So there it is, the newly registered user. So currently we can only see the users here, but I want to store all the users into a users table. So let's go into table editor and then create a new table. And for the name, let's use users. Then Supabase has enabled the row level security, but I'll come to this later. So ID will be the UUID for each user, which will be randomly generated. Then we have the created add property, which is a timestamp. Then let's add more properties as name. This will be a text property. Then let's add the image. This is also a text property. Then bio. This will be a text column. These will be null by default, but we will have an option to update all of these properties in the user profile section. So address, and finally we will have a phone number property column, and all of these will be text properties, and by default they will be null like this. So this is the users table, and if you scroll to top, you will see an option enabled row level security. This is a security protection from a Supabase, which allows the certain users to perform certain operations on this table. So we're gonna have to create some policies to be able to create or read data from this table. So Let's click on this button, add RLS policy. This will take us to the policies section, and here we can create a policy for this table. So in the sidebar you can see we already have some predefined templates: enable row access for users, enable delete users based on the user ID. So we'll use this, and we will modify this so that uh, all the users can perform all the operations, but only for authenticated users. So I will select all of the actions. So if I click on this, and then for the target role I will use authenticated. So this means authenticated users will be able to select, insert, update or delete any data from this table. So this policy is done. So now we can add data into the users table, but because of this auth policy that we just created, but for now you can see the table is empty. So the way we want this to work is when we register the user using our application, we want to send some data that will also add him to the users table that we just created. But for now, if we just simply register any user, it won't appear instantly in the users table. So let me show you what I mean. So let's create a new account and hit sign up. So the account is created. So if I go to authentication, I will see two accounts, but if I go to the users table, I won't see the new user here. And that's because we have to create some kind of trigger that will create a user into the users table. So we have to follow this guide. I found this very useful user management guide. So this will provide us a way to create a trigger that will create the user into users table every time a new user registered. So basically this creates a function and a trigger. So this is a function body. So this is a function body that creates the user into users table, and this is the trigger on auth schema. So Supabase has this auth schema where every authenticated user is stored. So if we switch the public schema with auth schema here, we will have this users table here. Here is all the authenticated users. So what we are doing is basically we are adding an event on this schema. So every time there is an insert in auth.users, we want to run this function so that it will store this user into our users table, and we can send this additional information in options.data, and we'll be able to fetch this data inside the function. But you will have to modify this SQL statement because in your case the table name and the column names can be different. So I've done this. I'll go to SQL editor and copy and paste my SQL statement here. So basically what this do is it will create a handle new user function which returns a trigger, and this is the function body. This will insert the user into public.users with the ID and the name, and we can get the name using the raw user metadata which we will pass from the front end using the sign up options. And then finally it will listen for the inserts in auth.users. So let's run this, and it successfully ran. Now we can see this trigger and the function into the database. So if I go into the functions here, we can see we have a new handle new user function which returns a trigger, and we can see this trigger as well if I go into the schema as auth. So there we go, we have a new trigger which listens for the user table, and after every insert it will create a new user into users table which is in the public schema. So let's delete all of the existing users and we will try this and see if this works. Let's delete this. Okay, so now we don't have any users, so let's just refresh our app, go into sign up, and let's create a new user as Sayed Nauman. So with the sign up, now we need to pass this additional name data as well, and we can pass some options and the data to fetch this inside the function. So we can provide option and then data object. Inside this we can pass additional data as name. So if I go into the user management guide, Here you can see we can pass additional data like this, and we will be able to fetch this inside the function. So if I go into the SQL editor in here, and here you can see we are fetching the data from the new object basically is the new user object, and which contains all the user data, and we can fetch the name from raw user metadata. So if I click on sign up, now we have successfully created the user. And if I see in the Supabase, let's go into authentication. We see the new user here. And now if I go into the table editor, users, okay, there we go, we have the new user automatically inserted into the users table. We can see the user UUID and the name that we passed from the sign up function. So this is how we can use the trigger and the function. Now let's create one more user, Jon Snow, and hit sign up. So the user is created, and we can see it's inserted into the users table, and we can see this user into the authentication as well. Let me just refresh, and we can see both the users here. So our sign up functionality is working. Now we can remove this console log, and then move to the login component, and then implement the login functionality. Let's go into the on submit function, and here first we need to trim the email and the password. So let's just copy them from the sign up component and paste them here. Now first we need to start the loading, so set this loading to true, and then we will get the response from the sign in function, and this will contain an error. We will import the Supabase client and then auth dot sign in with password, and this will receive an object with the email and the password. So let's use email password here, and console log the error if we have any. We'll also check if we got any error. We'll just alert the user. So let's make a condition here. If there is an error, let's use alert and show the login error as error dot message like this. Let's also make the loading false here after the API call. Now let's save this and test if the login is working, and if it's working we will see the error as null. So let's log into my account and hit login. Okay, so we see the error as null. That means the login is working, and if I change the wrong password, I will see this error, invalid login credentials. So that means our login functionality is working. Now we want to move to a home screen after we sign in or sign up. So let's create a new group of routes inside our app folder. Let's call it main, and inside this let's create a home component. Let's create a functional component and change the name to capital like this. So now we need to move the user to home screen whenever he logs in or registers, and for that Supabase has this auth listener which triggers every time when a user logs in, he registers, or when he signs out. So this is the code snippet for using this trigger. It's called on auth state change, and this gives us an event and a session which contains the user data, and we can show this in all the components, or we can redirect the user to home screen. But before we implement this, we need to store the user into a context so that we can use the user data in all the components. So let's create an auth context. And here first we will need to use the create context function from React. This will be our context, and now we need to create a provider. So let's export this auth provider. This will receive the children components, and here we will have a state for the user, and set user by default it will be null, and when it's null we will just move the user to welcome page, but if it's not then we will move the user to home page. Then we have this set auth function which will set the session of the user, and based on this session, we will redirect the user to home screen. And then we will have another function, set user data, and I will explain why I added this function, but later. This will just take the user data and spread the data into the user state like this. So now let's provide all of these functions and the user state to all the children components. So auth context dot provider, and the value will be all of these functions. So user state, set auth, and set user data. Now let's close this and render all the children here. So this will wrap our entire application so that we can use this user state in all the components. Now let's recreate this use auth hook. This will use this context, and let's provide our auth context like this. So now we're gonna use this auth provider inside our root layout so that we can use this user state into our entire application. But before that, we need to change this layout to main layout, because if you want to use the use auth hook, we need to wrap our entire layout with this auth context, sorry, auth provider. So let's create a new layout, and inside this, first we will return our auth provider, and that will wrap our entire stack, which is the main layout. And now in the main layout, we'll be able to use the set auth, set user, or the user state from our context. So let's get the set auth function from our use auth hook. Use auth like this. Now to be able to use this, we first gonna implement the auth listener, which triggers every time user logs in, and we already have that here. So we just need to copy this on auth state change function, the second one. So let's just copy this one, and we will need to create a use effect hook, and inside this we will register this. Let's just paste this here. So first we will need to import this Supabase client from lib/Supabase. So this is the auth listener, which will trigger every time user logs in or he registers, or when he logs out. But in the session, we get a user value. So let's just console log the session user and see if we are getting the user data. So let's save this, and you can see in the console the user session is undefined because we are currently logged out. But I want to make a condition here, so that if we get the session, that means we need to go to the home screen. So if we have the session, then we need to do two things: navigate to home screen, and then set the authentication from this session. So set auth. And if we don't get this session, then we need to set the auth as null, and we need to move to the welcome screen like this. So before we implement this, let's just, if the session is working, if we log in. So by default, the session is session user is undefined, and if I try to log in, let's see what happens. Okay, if I log in, you will see we got the session user, and this has all the user data from authentication. So I believe we should be getting the user ID. We can also see the user metadata, and we have the email and the name of the user. So this is the user ID, which is a unique hash. It's a UUID that we stored into the users table while we implemented the trigger and the function. So instead of showing this session user object, we can just display the user ID like this and save this. Not now. So now we can see the user ID. So now let's implement the authentication, and first we will need to set the auth as session.user, and we need to move to the home screen, and for that we will need to use the router. So let's create a router, use router hook from expo router. So we will replace the current route so that user cannot go back to this welcome page again. So we'll just replace it with home screen, And if there is no session, that means user just logged out, or there is no session. So we'll just set auth as null and replace the current route with the welcome. Okay. um what's happening now? I think we made a mistake somewhere, why it's started to move in a loop. Let's just close this. um Everything looks fine, but maybe it was just a glitch from for Supabase. I don't know. So let's just try to run this again and see if this works. Okay, so still the same error, and it's going in a loop. Let's review what did we do wrong. Okay. So we need to add this empty array for the dependencies. So it was updating again and again, and that's why it was moving to the home screen in a loop. So let's see if this works this time. And now we move to home screen, and that's it. So we can't see the home text properly. So let's go to home, and here we need to import our screen wrapper like this, and we can see the home screen. So let me explain how all of this is working. When we opened the application, this Supabase Auth listener triggered and we got the session. And when we have the session, we set the session and move the user from current screen to the home screen. And that's what happened. Now we don't have a way to go back. So let's create a button. This will be our logout button for now. So title will be logout, and on press will trigger on logout function. Let's create this function here, and first we will need to set auth as null. So let's get our set auth function from our use auth hook like this, and set auth as null. Then we're gonna call the sign out function from Supabase. So this will give us an error if there is any. So let's await for the Supabase dot auth, then sign out function. And if there is any error, we will check. If we got any error, we just alert the user that we got an error signing out. So this will say logout and signing error signing out. Let's change this to sign out, and let's save this. Now if I press on this button, we should go to the welcome page, and it's working. So basically when we logged out, this session got updated to undefined, then we set auth as null, then move to welcome page. So I just noticed we don't need this set auth here because we already setting auth as null here. So if I just refresh, we are still on the welcome page. So we still shortly see this index page because this is the first page of the application. So if I just comment this session logic, we will still see this welcome page. But I want to make this as a loading component. So whenever the session is being fetched from the Supabase auth listener, we will just show a loading state, and then once the session is fetched, we will move the user to either welcome or the home screen. So I'll just make everything into the center and then import our loading state and save this. Now this shows our loading. So if I uncomment the session logic here, I will move to welcome screen. So even if I refresh, we see the loading for a very small period of time, then we move to welcome or to the home screen. So now with this, our authentication system is complete. So let me check if everything's working. So let me just log in with my account. Okay, so I think the password is incorrect. So when we log in, we get the updated session into this auth listener, and we display the user ID from the session here. And if I log out, this will update the session to undefined, and we move back to welcome page, and this is working. Now let me log in one more time to see if we refresh the app or if we remove the application from recent apps, will it still persist the user? So let's see. If I refresh the app, We are still on the home screen, so session is working. And if I remove the app and open the Expo Go app again, we are still on the home screen, and that's because Supabase uses async local storage to persist the user session, and whenever we open the application it triggers the on auth state function with the updated session. So that's why we are logged in. So with this we have done our Supabase setup, users, and auth trigger and auth context as well. Now we're gonna work on creating all the tables and the policies in the Supabase, but before that let me show you one more issue. So if I console log the user data that we have into our context, so we can get the user from use auth. And if I console log this, basically we got this user from the session in the auth state lister, and this does not include all the properties that we defined into the users table. This has the email, the name, and the sub property as the id, but we want all the information that we defined into the users table. So if I go to users, you will see we have the name, image, bio, email, address, and the phone number. We need all of these properties to display in the user profile. So what we will do is, when we get the session and move the user to home, we will call a function here that will fetch the updated user and then set it into the user state in our context. So that way we'll get all the user fields from the users table. So let's create this function here, and this will be an async function. It will receive the user from our session. So now we need a way to get the user from users table, and for that we can go to the services folder, which we haven't created. So let's create a services folder, and inside this let's create our first service as the user service, and let's export a function const get user data. This will be an async function which will receive the user ID, and we will get the user and we will return it from here. So first let's use try catch block, and if we get any error, we will console log the error as got error, and we will return a response as success as false and a message with the error message like this. So now we're gonna call the Supabase API to fetch the data from users table, and when we call this API, this will get us a data and an error in the response. So let's use Supabase client. Then using the from function, we need to provide the users table. Basically we are getting the data from users table. So these functions are very easy to use. If you are an SQL developer, you'll get familiar with this very easily. But if you're not, here is the documentation for getting the data. You can use form select, you can select specific columns like name, you can query the reference data. So I'll provide this link into the video description, but for now we only need the user with the user ID. So what we can do is use the select function, then this will select the data from the users table. And if you want to apply a condition, we can use eq as the equal function. This will check if the ID is equal to the user ID that we're passing. Then this will give us an array of the data, but we want only single item, and we can use a single function to get the single object. Now let's see if we have any error. We will just return the error response from our catch block. Then if we don't get any error, we will return the success response. So let's return success as true. Then data will be the data that we got from the API. So we are getting the data from users table, we are selecting the data, then we are checking the ID, and we are getting the single item. So let's see if this is working. So let's get the response from this API, get user data, and we need to pass the user ID, which we can get on .id. Now let's console log this and see if we are getting the user data. And let's save this, and we can see in the console we got the user data at the bottom. Data has address, bio, created at, email, ID, and the image, we have everything that we need. So now what we can do is we can remove this console, and first we will check if the success is true on the response. Then we will set the user data into the user state. So now we can import our set user data which we created earlier. I know we can use a set auth function for the same reason, but I created this different function because we're setting the user data, we're not setting the auth. So let's use this function here to set the auth state. But just to be clear, this doesn't make any difference. Even if you use this function or the set auth function, this will work the same. So now if we see in the console, we got the updated user, and this has the address, the bio, image, and the name of the user, and this is coming from the users table. This data does not include the session, but we only need these values to display in the user profile. So now we're gonna create all the tables and the policies in the Supabase. So let's see what are the steps. Okay, we're gonna perform this step, and first we're gonna create an ERD on this platform to see how all the tables will be connected and all the properties for each table. So let's create an ERD, which is an entity relationship diagram, and this is, I believe, a dummy diagram. It has workspaces, users, folder, and in the sidebar you can see all the properties. And I think we can change the properties from here. So let's say if I add bio in the users table, this will be updated on the diagram. So this is very cool, but we're gonna use AI to create all the tables and the properties and create relationships between them. So I will just paste a description of our system. So a social media system where user can log in, sign up, create post, like post, comment on the post, and then receive the notifications. And we already have the users table with all of these properties. Then I will create a post folder, so each user can create a one or multiple posts, and we'll have post likes, then post comments, so user can comment on all of the posts. Then finally we'll have the notifications with the sender ID and the receiver ID, and this will create the relationships based on the foreign keys. So let's see what do we get. So it's creating all the relationships and all the tables, and the diagram is complete. So I think it's done a very good job at creating all of these relationships and all the tables. So users have all these fields which we defined. Then it's connected to the post, so each user can create many posts like this. So then each user can receive or send notifications. Then the comments are related to the users, and comments are also related to the posts with the post ID. Then we have post likes, which are also related to the post and then the users. So it has done a very good job at creating the relationships. So if I need to change anything, let's say let's add a city, I can add that, and this diagram will be updated. So now we're gonna create all of these tables into our Supabase project. So let's create a new table for the posts, and we already have the ID and the created ad property. So let's add the body property. This will be the text property, and we are gonna use a rich text editor. So this will store all the HTML markup. Then we will have a file property, which will also be a text, and then the user ID. So this will be a UUID which we have in the users table. So for that we will need to add a foreign key relationship. So we're gonna choose the public schema, then the table which we're gonna reference to. So in our case, we're gonna reference to the users table. Now we need to select the user ID from the posts table, and then we need to connect it to the ID from the users table. This way a foreign key relationship will be created. Now next we have these actions if the reference row is updated or removed. So if the user is removed, we need to set the user ID as null, but you can also use cascade option to remove the post if the user is removed. So that's done. Now we have all the properties, and we have added the foreign key for the post folder. Now let's save this. and it's gonna create the table. Now Supabase has enabled the row level security for this table, and for that we will need to create a policy so that user can read and write data into this table. So let's create a policy, and we're gonna create a custom policy so we can perform all of these operations. Let's name it allow all, and it will be only for the authenticated roles. So only the authenticated users will be able to perform all of these functions or whatever the function I want them to. But in the sidebar you can see we have the template. So if I choose this, this will enable all the users to read access only, but we don't want that. We want to allow all the authenticated users to perform all of the steps, so all of the actions. So I will choose this and I will save the policy. Either we can just disable the row level security, or we will need to create the policies for all the tables like this. Now let's create the post likes table, and we already have the ID and the created add property. Now let's add two more columns, post ID and the user ID. Now these will be the foreign keys, so let's add the relation for them. First with the posts, so the post ID from this table will point to the ID in the post table, and if the reference is removed, we will just set it to null. And let's save this. Now let's add another foreign key for the users table. So the user ID in this table will point to the ID in the users table, and same, if the reference is removed, we'll just set it to null. And let's save this, and let's save the table. Okay, so the table is created. Now let's add an RLS policy so that users can add and read data from this table. Let's choose this template and change the name to allow all, and select all the options. Then choose the roles as authenticated and save this policy. Okay, now let's create our comments table, new table, and name will be comments. ID created add, then we'll have a text property, and this will be the type text. Then we will have two foreign keys as the user ID and the post ID. Now let's add the foreign key relationships for both of them. So we need to point the post ID in this table to the ID in the post table like this, and same for the reference row is removed, we'll set it to null and save this. Now let's add the foreign key for the user ID. So the user ID from this table will point to the ID in the users table, and same for this section, this will set it to null, and let's save this. And let's save the table. Ensure that all the columns are assigned a type. Why does the user ID does not have a type? Because we mistakenly added this for the post ID, so we need to edit this reference, and this should be the user ID. And let's save this. So the relations are correct. Now let's save the table, and the table is created. And let's add a new table, notifications. We already have the ID created at. We're gonna have a title property which will be the text, and then we'll have the sender ID who sent this notification, and the receiver ID who will receive this notification. Then we will have a data property to hold the data. This will be just a stringify JSON. So let's add the relation. So both of the sender ID and receiver ID will point to the users table. So the sender ID points to the ID in the users, and this action should be set null, and save this. And let's add for the receiver ID. So this will connect to the users, receiver ID to the ID in the users, and if the reference is removed, we set it to null. Let's save this, and everything's good to go. So let's save the table, and it's created. Now let's add the row level security policy. So let's create the policy, choose the template, allow all, then choose all the options, and for the roles select authenticated, then save policy. Okay, so I think we do not have a policy for the comments table. I think I forgot to do that. So if I go into the comments table, we don't have a policy. So if I go into the notifications, you will see we have added a policy here. So let's add a policy for the comments table. Choose the template, all operations, and this will be allow all. And then I use the roles as authenticated, then save policy. Okay, so with this we have created all of the tables and their policies. So now we are ready to work on our home section. So all of this is done. So next we're gonna work on our home screen design. So we have created all the policies and the tables. So let's create a mock-up of our home screen. So this is our home screen, and let's choose a blank rectangle. um, okay, so this works. So this will be our home screen, and on the top we're gonna show the title of our app, which is link up. This will show here, and then we will have three icons on the right side. So first icon will be the heart icon here, and then we will have a plus icon. This will work. And for the third icon we will have a user avatar icon. So let's use this one, make it smaller like this. So all of these will be buttons, so if we click on any, this will open a new screen. So let's just align them correctly like this. So this heart icon will open the notification screen where users can see all of the notification, like who commented on their post. Then plus icon will open the new post screen, and the user icon will open the profile screen. Now let me just use these arrows to point to these straight arrow, and same for the new post and the user profile like this, just to make it clear. So this will be the header section of our home screen, and we will design the rest of the screen later. So our first step is to create the header section, and before I start designing this, I need to copy and paste all the styles for this screen, because if I type and explain all of these styles, this will make this video very longer. So I'll just copy this here and import all of these functions and the theme object, and I'll show you these styles whenever we use them, so that you can just copy them and use them in your application. So here we will have a container view, so let's give this a style of container. Then inside this we will show our header. So let's create a view and give this a style of header. And inside this we're gonna have a text component as the name of our application. So let's give it a style of styles.title. So the name of our application is link up. So let's add it here and save this. So you can see the title is already styled, because for the header we have these styles. We want to make it flex row so that we can show the icons on the other side, and for the title we have these styles using our theme and HP function. So let's go back to header, and here we just need to add another view for the icons. So styles.icons, and inside this we need to add a pressable, and here first we need to add the icon. So let's choose the icon component, and the name will be heart, because we already have this icon into our icons folder. So for the size we're gonna use HP of 3.2, and for the stroke width we'll use 2, and for the color let's use the text color from our theme object, and save this. So we can see the heart icon, and if I show you the styles for the icons, this will be in a flex row like this, because we are gonna add other icons, so these should show in a row. So let's just copy this pressable 2 more times for other icons, and we'll change this to plus and this to user for now. So there we have 3 icons on the right side. So whenever user presses on any of the button, this will move to a new screen. So let's create the screens for all of them. Profile.jsx, and we will have another screen as notifications. So let's create a functional component in all of them. Let's change the name to capital. Same for the profile. And when user presses on these actions, we should move to the new screen, and for that we will need to have a router. So let's use the use router hook, and let's add an onPress method on this one, and this will move to notifications. Now let's just copy this function for all of the buttons, and this will move to the new post screen which we haven't created. We'll create it in a second. And this will move to the profile screen. Let's save this. Now let's create this new post screen inside our main folder, new post.jsx, and let's create a functional component and change it to capital name like this. So for this user icon, we're gonna show the user image, and for that we're gonna have another component as the avatar. This will show the user image, and if he doesn't have any, this will just show a default image. So let's just save this and import this here like this. And now this shows the avatar. So let's go to this and start designing. This will receive some properties as the URI, which will be the image URI, and then the size, and the default size will be HP 4.5. Then we will have a rounded property to make the image rounded, and this will have a default value of radius.md from our theme, and a style object if we want to have any. So let's remove this, and here we're gonna use the expo image. So let's import it. I think we haven't installed it yet, so we're gonna use expo image because this has the image cache, so we can use that. So this is the expo image from expo dev website. So let's just copy this command and install this quickly. So with image caching, it will load the image once, and after that it will show the cached image, and that is very helpful for the performance. So we will use this image now, and this has all of these properties which are mostly similar to React Native image component. So let's use this, and let's import the expo image here, which is not auto importing. So let's just import it manually. Image from expo image like this. Now let's add the properties, and we will have a source which will be the URI, and this will be in double brackets like this. And then we will have a transition property which will be 100 milliseconds. So this is just a transition until the image shows. And then we will have the styles.avatar, which we will define in a second. And then using the props that we are passing, we need to specify the height and the width of this image. Border radius will be rounded, and then any extra style that we want to pass, so we can just override it into the parent component. Let's close this and now define this avatar style here. So first we'll have the border curve as continuous, then the border color will be the dark light color from our theme, and then the border width will be 1 like this. And let's save this. So we can see the border width and the image is blank because we are not passing the URI from the parent component. So let's go into the parent component, and here we're gonna use the user image. So if I open the console, you will see we have this user object, and here we must have the image property, which is for now it's null, but later we will upload the user data and this will show the image. So we will pass this property URI as the user.image, and then we're gonna pass the size. So we can control the size from the parent component, and let's use HP of 4.3 like this. And the rounded property, to make the image rounded, let's use theme dot radius dot small. And we can pass any extra style if we want to override the default styles. So let's use the border width of 2. Now we can see our styles. So we're passing the user dot image, but it is not showing here, so we need to have a way to show the default image. So let's create a new service. Let's call it image service, and let's create a function here that will return the user image source. So let's call it get user image source, and this will receive an image path, and we will make a condition here. So if we have the image path, in that case we will return an object. So this object will have a URI as the image path, like this. And if we don't have the image path, then we will return the default image from our assets. So require the image from assets slash images slash default user dot png, like this. Now let's import this function and use this inside this image component instead of using the URI. So get user image source, and we need to pass the URI and save this. So with this we can see the default user image, and that's because right now we don't have the image property on our user data, and because we don't have that, that's why we are seeing this default image. But once we update this, we will see the user image from the database. So let's give this container a background of white from this screen wrapper, like this. And our new screens would be working, so we can go to new notifications, or we can go to the new post. So the header section of our home screen is complete, and at the bottom we're gonna show the user post, but we will do that when we have the post inside our database. So let's just skip all of these steps now and move to our profile screen. So let's create a mock-up screen of our profile. So this will be our profile screen. Let's add a label here, user profile, like this. And first we will have a back button at the top left corner. So let's use an arrow like this, and we will have a back button. Then we will have a user avatar at the center on the top here. This will be big user image. Then after this we're gonna show the user name at the bottom of this image. This will display here. And after this we're gonna show the location. This will be a very small text. This will show after the username. We are also gonna have a logout button on the top right corner. So let's use the circle icon for that, and this will show here. This will be our logout button. So let's add a label for this. Let's make it big, and let's point to this using an arrow like this. So after this username, we're gonna show some more user info as user email. Then we have the user phone number and the user bio. So this will show after the username and the location on this left side. So this will be just the user info, and after this we're gonna show the user posts in this section, but we will do that later. So for now this is the user info, and from this section user will be able to edit his information. So let's add an edit icon on the user image. So first we're gonna start creating this header section for our user. So let's go into the profile section, and here first we will use our screen wrapper, and let's save this. Now we're gonna use the user data on this screen. So first let's get the user and set auth function from our use auth hook, and we will also need the router on this screen. So let's create a router using use router from expo router. Now we're gonna create the user header into a separate component and then use this into the main component. I'll explain later why we are doing this, but for now just do the same. So this will receive the user and a router, and this will return a view. Let's give this a style of flex1 and a background of white. Then inside this, let's use a text component that will say user header for now. And let's use this inside our screen wrapper and pass the user and the router properties like this. And let's save this. And we also need to have a background of white for our screen wrapper. Okay, so now we're gonna create a common header component that we can use on multiple screens. So let's define it into our components. Let's create a functional component and save this. Now let's import this in here. Let's just create a view, and inside this import our header component that we just created. This component will show a title and a back button. So for this screen it will be profile. So let's go into the header component, and first we will show a back button here and then the title for this header section. So let's receive the title, and then we will have a property show back button. By default it will be false. And then we will have a margin bottom property, and by default it will be 10 pixels. Now let's create a router so that we can go back from this back button. So let's add a styles for this container as styles.container, and then we are also passing the margin bottom. So let's add margin bottom as MB like this. So let's create a back button using this property. So if show back button is true, only then we're gonna show the back button. So let's create a view, give this a style of styles.back button, and inside this we will have our back button which we already have created. So let's import our back button and pass the router like this, and let's close it and save this. So if I save this, we won't see anything because by default the show back button is false. So for the title, let's add a text. Let's give it a style as styles.text, and inside this we will show the title. If we don't have, then I will just show an empty string like this. So let's add the styles for the container. Let's use flex selection as row, justify content center, align items into the center as well. Then we will have a margin top of 5 pixels and a gap of 10 pixels. So let's save this. So now we can see the profile text. So let's add a styles for the profile title. So title will have a responsive font size using HP of 2.7. Then let's add a font weight. Let's make this semi bold using our theme object. So we have all of these predefined fonts into our theme object. So if I go into this theme, we have medium, semi bold, extra bold. So let's use the color as the text dog color from our theme. Okay, so the title looks good, and now we can go into the parent component and change this show back button to true. So let's add this property here, show back button, and make it true. So we can see the back button, but it shouldn't display here. So we need to have the back button styles. So let's change these styles to back button, and let's make it absolute. So back button will have the position as absolute and the left property as 0, so that it shows on the left side like this. So now we're gonna have a padding around the content into the main screen. So let's go into the profile section, and inside this container, let's use a padding horizontal of 4% using our WP function like this. So now we have a padding. So if I click on the back button, we should go back to the previous screen, and it's working. Now let's add a logout button after this header. So let's add a touchable opacity. We're gonna make it absolute so that it shows on the top right corner. So let's give it a style of logout button. Then we're gonna have a function handle logout. So inside this button, we're gonna show the logout icon. So let's import our icon component, and name will be logout, and the color will be the rose color from our theme object, like this. Now let's add this handle logout function in our profile component. This will be an async function, and we're gonna later add a confirm model to confirm if user wants to log out. So let's just add a comment for now, and let's save this. Okay, so handle logout doesn't exist. Did we got the name right? Okay, so we need to pass it into the user header so that we can access it from this component right here. So now we can see the logout button, but we need to have some styles for it. So I'm just gonna copy and paste the styles for this whole component, and I'll show you the styles whenever we use them, so you can just copy and use in your application. So let's just import this WP and HP function, and the theme is already imported. So let's save this, and now you can see the button is styled and it's on the top right corner because we have the following styles for this. The position is absolute. So now when we click on this icon, it should confirm the user that if he really wants to log out. So we're gonna use alert from React Native, and the title will be confirm, and we're gonna display a message, are you sure you want to log out? And for the third option, we can have an array of the options that we want to display. So each option has some properties, so the text that we want to show. Then we have an onPress function which executes when we click on this button. So for now it will just console log a message model cancelled. Then we have a style property which we have predefined values for, so we can use cancel style for this button. Then we will have a logout button. This will say log out, and onPress method will trigger an on logout function which will create in a second. And for the style we will use destructive, so it will give like a red color to our button. So for the logout function, we already have that into our home section, so let's just copy this on logout function and paste this into our profile screen. Now let's import the Supabase client, and everything else seems all right. So let's save this and see if this is working. So now if I click on this icon, we see the model, and if I cancel it, we see model cancelled. Now let's see if the logout functionality is working, and we're moving to welcome screen. The user is null, so everything is working perfectly. So let's go to login and log in with my account. Okay, so now we don't need this logout on the home screen, so let's just comment it down. We need to comment this function, and we also need to comment this button at the bottom. Okay, so now let's move to home screen and start showing the profile data on this screen. And in here we're gonna create a new container, so let's create a view with a style of container, and inside this let's create another view and give it a gap of 15 pixels. Then here we're gonna show the profile image, so let's just import our avatar component that we created earlier, and let's give this a URI of user.image, and we already receiving this user from the parent component. Then the size will be HP of 12. This is going to be a big image of the user. Now we also gonna make this rounded, so we're gonna need a bigger border radius. So what we will do is use double XL from our theme, and we'll multiply it by 1.4, and let's close it and save it. So now we can see the default user image, but it's not into the center. So let's create another view and give it a style of avatar container, which we already have into our style sheet. and let's move this inside this container. Okay, so let's save this, and now the image is into the center, and we have the following styles for the avatar container. So align self to the center so that it shows into the center. Now we're gonna create another button for the edit profile action. So let's create a pressable, then import the icon. Name will be edit, and let's use a stroke width of 2.5, and then the size will be 20 pixels. Let's save this. So there we can see the edit icon, but let's add the styles for this. Style will be styles.edit icon, and let's save this. Now it's showing on top of the image because it has a position of absolute and have the following styles which you can copy. And we also have a shadow on this icon because the background is white, and the background of the screen is white, so that's why I added a shadow. Let's move to the edit profile screen when we press on this icon. So router.push to edit profile, which we will create later. So let's save this. So we need to have some spacing between the profile and the user image, and this profile is coming from the header. So let's go into the header, and this needs to be true by default. So let's make it true, and we can pass margin bottom to have a little spacing. So now we don't need this property, it's true by default, and let's add a margin bottom of 30, and let's save this. Now we have a spacing between these two. Now let's add another view for the username and the address of the user. So let's just make a comment, username and the address. Then let's create a view and give this a style of align items into the center, and let's add a gap of 4 pixels. Now let's add a text and give it a style of username. And then here we already have the user data, so we'll just display the username. So if we have the user, then display the username, and let's save this. So we can see the username from my account. Now for the username we have the following styles. Now let's just copy this text one more time for the user address, and let's change this to info text, which is a style for small text, and change this to address. So for now we don't see the address because we don't have this into the user data. So if I remove this and add New York here, you will see this is how it will show the address of the user. So now let's add another view after this to show the user email, phone and the bio. Let's add a view and give this a gap of 10 pixels, and we're gonna display the user email here. So let's wrap it inside another view and give it a style of info. So we're gonna add an icon and then the email. So we have the following style for the info. So let's add the icon. Let's use the icon component and give this a name of mail. Then the size will be 20, and the color will be the text light color from our theme object. And let's save this. So now we can see the email icon. Now let's add the user email. So text, and give this a style of info text. Then here if we have the user, then we'll display the user email, not email like this, and this will it should display the username, but it's not for some reason. So let's see, in the console we have the user data, address, bio, and the email is null. Okay, so now let's see, in the Supabase we should have that into the users table, and we don't have the email here. So let's see into our function, because our function is basically storing this data. So let's edit function. So here is the issue, we stored the user ID and the name, but we forgot to add the user email. So we can handle this situation in two ways. One is to delete all the users, then modify this and then register all the users again. Or we can find a patch on our front end. So one way to handle this is to go into our layout, and here we are getting the user session. So I think we can use the email from the session data. So let's console log the auth user, and let's see what data do we getting into the session user. Okay, so let's see in the console we have the auth user here, and we do have the email property on this user. So if I console log the email and save this, so here we have the auth user and this is my email. So now we can use this user data when we update the user data into our context. So let's go into this function, uh, sorry, this set user data function, and here we can just add the email as the user.email, because when we are setting this we already have the user from the session, so this will just save the user email. So let's just refresh the app, and the email is still undefined. Maybe the user session data was still null at this point. So let me just remove all of the console logs because the terminal is a bit messy. So let's go to home and comment this user as well. Now let's try to console log the session user when we are updating this user data to see if we actually have any user data in this state. So this will be the session user data. So let's save this, and our user is null. So we can't do this. We will need to find another way. We don't have the user session data here, but we do have this inside this use effect. So we can just pass the user email to this function and then receive the email here. So we can get the email on session.user.email, and we can pass this email alongside with the response.data, and this will update the user state into our context. So let's save this, and in our auth context now we don't need to set this email here. So let's just remove this and save this, and we need to uncomment this user state to see if you are getting the email, and yes we do. Now we have this email property, and this will now show on the profile. So this is not the best way to implement this. We're only doing this because I made a mistake while I was creating the trigger and the function. So when you do this, you make sure you add the email as well, so you don't have to do this. So now let's just copy this for the user phone number, and for the icon we're gonna use the call icon, and here we're gonna display the user phone number. But for now we don't have his phone number on this data, so it won't display. So let's make a condition here. If we have the user and the user phone number, only then we will display this block, so that if we don't have the user phone number, we don't even see this call icon. So let's save this, and we don't see the call icon. Now at the bottom we are going to display the user bio, so let's make a condition here as well. If we have the user and the user bio, then we're going to display a text, and this will have a style of info text, and this will just simply display user.bio, and let's save this. So we won't see the bio for now because we don't have it on the user data. But if I remove this condition and in here I just add a random text, this is how the bio will show. But we will implement this when we implement the edit profile screen. So if I click on this edit button, this will move to the edit profile screen, which we haven't created yet. So let's go into our main folder and create edit profile. Then let's create a functional component, Let's change this to capital name and let's save this. So let's also import the screen wrapper so that we can see the text properly. Let's save this, and now if I click on the edit button, we move to the edit profile screen. So before we start developing, let's create a mockup of the edit profile screen in our editor here. So the header is done, logout button is done, user details are done. We work on the user post section later, but for now we need to work on the edit profile screen. So let's create an edit profile screen here. Let's move this to the side of the profile in here. So this screen will open when we click on the edit icon. So let's point to this like this, and this will be our edit profile screen. And on the top left corner, we're gonna have a back arrow icon to go back to the previous screen. So let's add this icon here. Then we're gonna also have the user profile image here, not this one. Let's use this one. So this is also going to be a big image of the user, and if user clicks on this, we'll be able to pick any image from the gallery. So after this, we're gonna have a text box to edit the name of the user. This will say name. Now let's copy this for the user phone number and for the user address as well. Then we're gonna have a multi-line input for the user bio, so it will show like this, and user will be able to enter his bio. At the bottom, we're gonna have this button that will update the user data. This will say update, and we're gonna match it to our theme like this. So when we click on this, this is going to update the data into the users table, and also we will update the user state into our context so that we can use this data anywhere into our application. So now we're gonna design our edit profile screen, and before we do that, let me just copy and paste the styles for this screen, because if I just try to type every style, this will make this video very longer. So let me paste these styles here. Okay, so these are the styles we're gonna use for this screen. Mostly these are similar to the user profile section. So let's create a view and give this a style of container. And inside this, we're gonna have a scroll view. So let's give this a style of flex one. And here we can just import our header component for our edit profile screen, and we're gonna give this a title of edit profile like this. And if I close this and save this, okay, so we have an error. So we need to import this wp, this hp function, and I think we also need to import our theme object. Yes, so let's save this, and now we can see we have a nice header on the profile screen. So for the container, we have the following styles, and now let's add a form. So let's create a view and give this a style of form. Then let's create an avatar container for the user image. So let's give this a style of avatar container, and inside this, let's use the expo image. So here is the expo image. Just import it and give this a source of the user image. So we're gonna add the image source later, but for now let's give this a style of avatar. So for the image source, we need to get the user data from our auth context like this, and let's create the image source. For now, we're gonna use the get user image source function, and we're gonna pass the user dot image, but later we're gonna use the local image. So we'll replace this inside the image source variable. Now let's give this container a background of white, and now we're gonna create a camera icon on this image. So this will let user know that he can press on this icon and choose the image from the gallery. So let's create our icon, and name this as camera. Then the size will be 20, and let's give this a stroke width of 2.5. Let's save this. So there we can see the camera icon, but let's give it a style of camera icon from our style sheet, and now it's placed accordingly. So this has a position of absolute and has some shadow properties same as the edit icon in the user profile section. So now when we click on this button, it will open image pick model. So let's just create this function here, and we will implement this later, but for now let's just leave it empty like this. And let's move to the next. So now let's create a form, and first we're gonna have a text. So let's give this a font size of HP 1.5, and the color will be the text color from our theme, and this will say please fill your profile details. Then we're gonna have a name input so that user can update his name. So let's import our input component from the components folder, and let's give this an icon, and we can use our icon component. Let's use the username, sorry, user icon, and let's close it. Then we are gonna have a placeholder property. This will say enter your name. Let's leave the value empty for now, and let's use an empty function on change text function. So let's just close it and save it. Let's use null for now. Okay, so we can see the input. Now let's create a state for all the user values. So let's create user and set user, and this will have a value of an object with the following properties: name and the phone number, image as null, and bio and the address. So now we have two users, so let's change this to current user. And we also need to change this user.image to current user like this. Actually we don't need to do this, so let's just change this to user.image, and we're gonna set the user values in the use effect hook. So whenever we open this screen and we have the values for the current user, we will check this, and we will also add this to the dependency array. And whenever we have the current user values, we will set the user values based on the current user. So name will be a current user dot name or an empty string. So same for the phone number, current user dot phone number or an empty string. Image will be current user dot image or null, and same for the address and the bio. So now this will set the user with the current user values, and this will show the user image. So let's save this, and now we can use this user name into the name input. So value will be user dot name, and here we will set the user with all the rest of the user properties. Then name will be this value, and if I save this, you will see the current username. So let's just copy this input for the phone number, address, and the bio. So let's change this icon to call, and this placeholder will say enter your phone number. Okay, let's save this, and now we can see all the inputs. So this will be user.phone number, and this will also set the phone number here. And let's save this. So currently we don't have the phone number, so currently it's showing empty. So this icon will show the location icon, and this will say enter your address. Then we also need to change this address in both places. Then for the last input, we are gonna show the user bio, so we don't need the icon for this. So let's just remove this property, and this will say enter your bio. This will be user.bio, and then we're gonna set the bio here. So let's save this. Now we're gonna make it multi-line, so this will show as a multi-line input. So for that we will set the multi-line property true. Then we're gonna add the container style property. So this will basically override the container styles for the input. So here you can see we have the container, then container styles. These are the default styles. So this will be container style, not styles. So now we can override this and use styles.bio from our style sheet, and this will have a multi-line style. So now if I show you these styles, we have flex direction row, height, align items, and a padding vertical. So you can just copy this. So now after this we are gonna have a button at the bottom which will update this these properties. So let's import our button component, and the title will say update. Then we're gonna pass a loading property which will create in a second, and then when we click on this button, this will trigger an on submit function. So let's close this. Now let's create this loading state and set loading. By default this is going to be false. And now let's create this on submit function. This is going to be an async function, and inside this, first we're gonna clone the user data from this user state like this. And now let's get the name, phone number, address, and the bio from this data. So first we're gonna make a check if we have all of these values. If not, then we're gonna prompt the user, please fill all the fields. So let's check if we don't have either of these values. Let's not include the image, we will handle the image later. We're gonna use alert to alert the user about a profile, and we will display a message, please fill all the fields, like this, and we will simply return from here. But if we have all of this data, then we're gonna simply start the loading and then implement the user update. So for now let's just add a comment, update user. Let's save this. Now if I click on this update button, we will see this message because we don't have the data in all the fields. So we'll still see this message. So let's fill all the fields. Now if I click on this, we see the loading. So now it's time to implement the update user function. So let's just refresh, go to profile, edit profile. So let's go into our user service. Let's just copy this function. Let's change this name to update user, and this will receive the user ID and the data that we want to update. So we're gonna call the update function, which will return the error only. So if I go to the Supabase, let me show you how this works. So if I go to the update data, here you can see this function returns an error, but you can call this select function to get the data as well. But we already have the data, so we'll just simply call this update function. So let's remove this, and here just call update function and pass the data that we want to update. Then we're gonna use the eq function. So this will update the data where the id equals this user id, and if we have any error, this will return the error, otherwise this will just return the data. So let's save this, and now let's try to use this function. Let's go into the edit profile, and let's go to edit profile screen. So here we will call this function, and this will give us a response. So let's import the update user function, and we're gonna pass the current user ID and then the user data that we want to update. And for now, let's just console log the result to see if you are getting the success response. We also need to stop the loading when the API call is finished, so set loading to false. Let's save this and see if this is working. So open the console, and for now if I click on this, we see this error, but let me just put the dummy data into the fields. I live in New York. I'm just kidding, I'm from Pakistan. So he codes and then update. So here in the console we are getting success as true. So let's see if it's actually updating into the Supabase. So let's go into the users table. Okay, so the data is updated. We can see the bio, the address and the phone number, but the email is still null, and that's because we made a mistake while implementing the trigger and the function, but it's already fixed on the front end, so it's no big issue. So now we need to update the user auth state data as well. So if I go into the auth context, we are gonna update this user state using this set user data function. So let's go into the edit profile. Let's get this function here, set user data. And when we update this user data into the Supabase, we also need to call this function. So this will just update the user data for our local usage. So let's pass the current user values, plus we will also spread the user data that we just updated. And after the update we need to go back to the previous screen, so router.back. So let's add this router using our use router hook like this, and let's save this. So this will update the data and move us back to the previous screen. So let me just add the dummy data for my profile and see if this is working, and hit update. So we move to the profile screen and we can already see the data is updated for the phone, bio and the address. And even if I refresh the app, we'll see this updated data in the profile section. Now if we open the edit profile screen, this will pre-fill all the data that we previously updated. Now we're gonna work on the user image update. So currently if we click on this camera icon, this triggers this on pick image function, which is empty, but we're gonna open the image gallery using this library expo image picker. So this is a library and this opens the images or the videos into the gallery. So first let's install this library using this command. Open the terminal and paste it here. Okay, so it's installed. Now let's close this and minimize this. Now we're gonna import this library first. So let's go into the library documentation here. Let's see for the code snippet. Okay, here. So let's just copy this and import this into our edit profile screen. And first we are gonna open the image gallery. So here is the code snippet for opening the image library. So let's use this. So let's create a result variable. Then let's use this image picker dot launch image library. This is the function, and here we're gonna pass some options. So let's just copy these options here. These are the options, and let's just paste them here. So basically we are telling the image picker to pick all the images with following settings, but we only want to pick the images, and instead of all we can choose the images. Now it will only show the images from the gallery. Then for the quality, let's choose 0.7. So this will reduce the quality a little bit for the picked images. So let's save this, and now if we click on this camera icon, this is opening the image gallery. We can see all the images, so this is working. Now once we get the result from this image picker, we are gonna set the image into the user state. So let's just copy this code. So if the result is not cancelled, then we will set the image into the user. So let's use set user, and let's just copy this result. So first we will need to spread the user data. What happened here? Let's go to edit profile here. Then for the image, we're gonna store the image as the object, not the URI. So let's remove this URI. So because this is the local image, so now here we can make a condition. If the user dot image, if we have the user dot image and the type of the user dot image is an object, that means the user image is picked from the local storage. So in that case we're gonna return the user dot image dot URI. Otherwise, we can just get the user image source from the Supabase. So now if we pick any image from the gallery, this image source will show that instead of the default user. So let's choose this image, and it's working. This is showing the local image from the gallery. But if we don't have the local image, then get user image source function will show the default image or the image from the Supabase. So this is how this image picker is working. Now let's start working on the image upload, and first we will need to include the image field into this if statement to make it required. Now let's make a condition here and check if the type of the image is an object. That means a user picked an image from the local gallery, so we need to upload this image. And let's see what we have done so far. So we have implemented the header, the user data fields. Now we're still implementing the update. So now to store the images, we're gonna create a bucket inside the Supabase storage. So let's go into the storage and then create a new bucket. Let's name it uploads, but you can name it up whatever you want. So let's make this public and hit save. So here we can just create folders and then files inside them, but before that we will need to create some policies to create and read data from this bucket. So let's create the new policy. You can get start quickly, or you can choose the custom way to create the policies. So just click all the operations, select insert, update or delete. Then let's name it allow all auth users. Then for the target roles, just select authenticated. So all the authenticated users will be able to perform all of these operations, and everything looks all right. So let's save the policy. So now we'll be able to upload any data into this. So let's go into our application, and first we will need to create an upload function. So let's go into the image service, and here sorry, this is user service, image service, and let's export a function upload file. And this will be an async function which will receive 3 parameters. So folder name where we want to store the image, and then the file URI for the file data, and if the file is image or not. So by default this will be true. So later we can also upload the video files using this. So let's create a try catch block, and if we have any error, we'll just console log the error as file upload error. Then we're gonna return a success false response with a message that will say could not upload media, like this. So now we need to get the file name, and that will also include the folder name. So basically inside the Supabase storage, in the bucket we can create folders. So let's create images, and when we save files inside this, we will need to pass this key as images slash the file name. Then we'll be able to get this image, but the folders can be created at runtime, so we don't need to create them now. So now let's create a file name, and we will get this using a function, and let's call it get file path. And we're gonna use the folder name and if the file is image or not, because the file name will also include the extension. So we'll need to check if we want to have the image extension or the video. So we will receive the folder name and is image property, and here we'll just return a string with a folder name and the file name. So backticks and then slash. First we will use the folder name, then after the slash we are gonna return the file name, but this will be a random string plus the file extension. So this whole file path will be slash folder name slash file name. So for this random string we're gonna use the get time function on this date object. This will return us the seconds, and this will be unique every time for every file. Then after this we're gonna add the file extension using is image property. So if is image is true, that means we are uploading a png file or the image file, but if it's not, then we are uploading the mp4 file. So if we are uploading the file into the profiles folder, then it will return profiles slash the second string plus png extension like this. And if you're uploading any file into the images folder, then it will return images slash seconds, and these seconds are basically coming from this get time function, then .png extension. So this was just for demonstration. I hope this makes sense. So this will return us the file path. So now let's see how we can use this file name and the file URI to upload the image into Supabase. So let's go into the Supabase storage service. Let's see the documentation, storage, and we need to upload a file. So let's click on this. So here if I zoom in, you can see we're using the avatar bucket. Then public slash avatar is basically the same thing that I explained earlier. Public is the folder and avatar1.png is the file name. So this is how this will work. But there is one more thing. So if you see on the side, for React Native, using the blob data file or the form data does not work. So we'll have to upload the file using array buffer from base64 file data. Currently we only have a URI for the local file, so we will have to convert it to base64. Then we will need to decode it into an array buffer. So first let's see how we can convert the file into base64. So let's open the console and we're gonna install another library, and the library is called expo file system. Here is library. So let's just copy this command and install this quickly. So if you see the usage or the documentation, you will find how you can convert or use this library. Okay, so first let me just copy the import statement here. So this is how you import the file system. Then when we get the file name, after this we are gonna get the file base64 data. So let's create a variable and use the file system, and we can use a function to read the files as string. So read as string async. Then we're gonna pass the file URI and we're gonna pass some options. So we need to specify the encoding in which we want to read this file. So file system dot encoding type dot base64. So this will read this file as base64 data. So now this way we will have the base64 data. Now we need to convert this into the image data, sorry, the array buffer. So we'll need to decode this to array buffer, and for this we will need to install that library that Supabase suggested. So let's open the terminal and go to Supabase, and the library is base64 array buffer. Let's copy this and let's just quickly install this. Okay, so it's installed. Now let's use the decode function from this library, this one, and let's just minimize this terminal and let's close the second one. So we're gonna pass the file base64 data into this function, and this is going to convert it and give us an array buffer for this file. And now we can use this data to upload the file to Supabase. So we're gonna use the Supabase storage functionality to upload the file like this, and this will give us a response, and we're gonna get a data and an error property on this response. So let's use Supabase dot let's move to the next line, dot storage, this one, and then we're gonna call the from function. So here we can pass the bucket name. We already have a bucket called uploads, but if you have created with a different name, you will need to pass that here. Then upload function, here we need to pass the file name which we have here. So this includes the folder name and the file name with an extension. So then we need to add the image data. So first the file name, then file data, and then some options. So now we're gonna specify this content type function, which is very important because I didn't use this before and I was not able to show the image or the video. So based on the file type we need to specify this, and for the images it will be images slash static for all the images, and for videos it will be video slash static. Let's also add these options as cache control and upsert as false. So If I add observed as false, this will make sure it will create a new file every time we upload a file, so that's fine. So let's save this, and now if we will check if we have any error, then we will return an error response. So let's return, actually let's just return this response because it's the same error response. And if we don't get any error, that means the file is uploaded successfully, and in that case we're gonna return a success response. And we have a path property on the data that we got from Supabase, so we're gonna return that in data property, and we will store this into database so that we can get the file using this path. And this path basically contains the folder name and the file name. So let's console log this data when we get it from the Supabase, and we can see this dummy response here. So here we have response somewhere here. So here you can see data contains a path, and this contains the folder and the file name. So this function is complete, and hopefully this will work as expected. So let's move to the edit profile, and here let's use this function. So this will give us an image response, and let's use this function upload file. We're gonna store all the profile images into the profiles folder. So folder name will be profiles, file URI will be image.uri, and is image will be true because we're uploading an image. Then we will check if the image response.success is true. Then we need to set the user data.image property that we have here to the path that we got from the Supabase. So image response.data like this. And if the success is false, that means the image was not uploaded, and in that case we will just set the user data.image to null. You can also throw an error from here, but I will do this. So let's save this and see if this is working. So let's choose an image. Let's choose this one, and then hit update. There is the loading, and we move to profile screen. So let's see in the console. There is this updated user, and in the image property you can see there is a path, and this is the data for file upload response. We have full path, the ID, and then the path property. So hopefully the image got uploaded. So let's see into the storage. Let's refresh this. So here we have a new folder, profiles, and if I click on this, we have a new file, and this is the file that we uploaded. So it got uploaded successfully. So let's see into the users table. If it's uploaded there, then hopefully we'll get a path here, and yes we do. So here is the path for that file. So now we can use this to get the image and then show it into our profile section in here. So let's just minimize this, and there is a console log into the upload file function. So let's just remove this, and let's save this. So the image is updated into the auth user state, and we can use this to display here. So this is how we are displaying the gallery image. And if we go into this function, this is where we need to use the Supabase file URL for the images. So let's just copy the URL for this uploaded image, and we need to return this URI here, but let's create a new function that will return the Supabase file URL, and let's call it get Supabase file URL, and this will receive a file path, and it's the same path that we stored into the users table. So we will check if we have the file path. In that case we will return an object with a URI, and we'll just paste the copied URL here. And if we don't have a file path, we'll just simply return null. So in this URL at the end, you will see we have the file path that we stored into the users table. So profiles slash the file. So you can see this into the image that we have in the user. So we need to replace this with the file path that we pass to this function. So let's use file path here. And if you notice, we have this string at at the starting, this is the same string as the project URL. So if I go into the constants, you will see Supabase URL, it's the same string. So we can just replace this. So let's remove this and use the Supabase URL here, and this will work the same. Now let's use this function, and let's just return this function here, and we need to pass the image path to this function. And if I save this, now this will get us the remote file that we uploaded, and we can see this into the profile section because we use this function in the profile screen. So let's go into the edit screen, and here in this code, basically this will show the local image if we pick from the gallery, but if we don't have the local image, then this function will return us the Supabase file if we have any. Otherwise it will just return the default user image. So let's go into the edit profile screen and see if the local image is still working. Currently it's showing the image that we uploaded, and if I choose a new image from the gallery, let's choose this one, and now it will show the local image from the gallery. So everything seems to be working all right. Now let's go to the profile screen, and I think we don't need to change anything here. So here we're using the avatar component, and we are passing the user.image to this component, and inside this component we are using the function as get user image source, and this is already set up, so we don't need to change anything here. Now let's try to update the user details without uploading the image and see if this is working. So I'll just update this to updated, then hit update. So the name is updated and we can still see the image. So now we can just remove this updated text, and now let's try to upload a new image for this profile. um, let's use this one and then hit update. Give it a second. There we go. So we can see the new profile image, and even if I refresh the app, you will still see this new profile image. So let's go to our document and see our progress. We have implemented the update functionality. Now we're gonna work on the new post screen. So let's create a mockup for this screen. So it's gonna be very similar to the Facebook create post page. So let me show you how it will look. So first we will have a back button on the top left corner here, and then we will have the title of the page, which will be create post. This will be shown in the center. We will use our header component for this. Then we will have a user icon on the left side and the username as well. So username, this will show with the user icon. After this, we will have a text area for the post body, and we will implement a rich text editor for this. We will have all the options to style the post body. Then we will have an option to add media to your post. So we will have a box here, and here we will have two icons for the image and for the video. So let's add them here. If user clicks on the video, we will show only the videos from the gallery. If image, then we will show only the images. And we will have a text here, add media to your post. Then finally, we will have a button here to submit the post, and this will say post like this. And let's match it to our theme using this green color. So this is how our create post screen will look like. So let me just create a label here. And the first step is to use the header, and we already have a component for this. So let's use this. So let's go to the new post screen, and here first we're gonna import our screen wrapper. Then inside this, let's just remove this, and we will import our header component and give this a title of create post like this, and let's save this. So there we can see the header, but we need to have a padding around the container, and before that, let me just copy and paste the styles for this whole component, and I'll show you whenever I use these styles. So we'll also need to import the WP and hp functions, and let's also import our theme object. Okay, so everything's good to go. Now let's give this screen wrapper a background of white. Then let's create a view and give this a style of container, and let's move this header inside this. Now let's add a scroll view, and we're gonna give a gap between all the items. So let's use content container style and give it a gap of 20 pixels. And inside this we will create our header section, and in which we will create our avatar. So let's create a view, give this a style of header, and let's save this. So now for the header we have the following styles. We are using flex direction as row because we will have the avatar and then the username in a row. So let's use our avatar component, and for using the user image we will need to use the user data from a use auth hook like this. Now let's give this a URI of user.image. Then for the size we will use HP of let's say 6.5. Then we will use a rounded property to make it rounded, and let's use theme.radius.xl. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the user avatar. Now for the username, let's create a view and give this a style of gap 2 pixels, and give this a style of username. And here we will just simply use the user object to display the username like this. So we can see the usernames, and here is the username style. You can just copy these styles. Now I'm just gonna copy this text for a public text. This will show at the bottom, and we're not making it functional, but by default, because all of the posts are public, so this will be a static text as public like this. And these are the styles for the public text, so you can just copy them from here. Then after this we're gonna create a view that will show our text editor. So after this view, let's create a new view and give this a style of text editor. And inside this we're gonna create a new component that will show our editor. So let's create a new file as a rich text editor. Then create a functional component inside this. Let's save this, and let's just import the component here, and let's save this. So there we can see the rich text editor, and for the text editor style we don't have any styles, so you can just ignore this. Now we're gonna implement the rich text editor, and for that we're gonna use a library called React Native Pel Rich Editor. It's a very great library. So let's just copy this command to install this quickly. I will also need to install React Native Web View. So let's close our server and install this library. After that, we also gonna install this dependency, React Native Web View. So let's copy this, and here you can see an example of how we can use this library and implement a rich text editor. And you can find the documentation for all the features in this library. So it's installed. Now let's install React Native Web View. Okay, so now let's try to run our project. Let's reload. Okay, so we don't see any error. That's a good sign. And now let me show you a working demo of this library. So if you go to their GitHub repo, let's go into the examples, and inside the source folder you'll find this example.tsx file. Here it's a fully working rich text editor with all the possible options, and we're gonna use the components like rich toolbar. Here is the component, and we're gonna use the rich editor as well. Then we can also use this rich toolbar with the keyboard avoiding view with all of these actions, and this will show on top of the keyboard. But in our app we don't have a situation like this, so we don't need to implement this. So I'll use these components to create the fully working rich text editor from scratch. And if you're confused about any property, you can always find the documentation here. So now let's use this editor into our application, and now we need to create a reference for this editor and also for the content of this editor. So let's go to new post, and here let's just create everything that we need. So body reference, let's use ref hook, and then we will have an editor reference for the editor, and by default it will be null. Then we are gonna use router to move back to home screen when the post is created, and let's use the loading. We will also upload the images and the videos, so let's create a file state for them like this. Now let's use this editor reference and pass it to our component, and we will also pass an on change function that will change the body reference. So I will call this inside the component. This will give us a body, and we will just change the body reference dot current value to like this, and we will store all the content into the body reference. Now let's go inside and receive these properties: editor reference, and then on change function. So now I want to add a fixed minimum height for this editor, but obviously this will expand when we have more content. So let's just give it a style of minimum height of 285 pixels. Now let's remove this text, and here we need to implement the rich toolbar. So let's just import this component, rich toolbar, this one. And here we need to give a property as actions. So this will be an array of all the actions that we can use to style the content of our editor, and I can show you into the documentation. So here is the list of all the common actions that we can use to set the text as bold, italic, or insert a bullet list. You can also use this documentation to render your own custom actions. So let me just copy these actions and just paste them here. And we will also need to import the actions from this library like this. So that we will use these actions. So now let's add the style for this as styles dot rich bar. Then for the container styles, let's use flat container style and give this styles dot list style. And we also want to connect it to an editor, and for that we will need to use the editor reference like this. And let's set the disable property as false, and let's close this, and let's indent this. Let's just indent this like this, and let's save this. Okay, so we can already see all the actions in the rich toolbar, and we have a warning at the bottom. Toolbar has no editor. That's true. We don't have an editor yet. This is just a toolbar. So we can see all these actions. Now I want to add custom actions. So we can, these are not the custom actions, but we don't have the icon for these actions. So I want to add heading 1 and heading 4. And if I save this, you will see the library doesn't have the icons for them, and we can use our custom text or icon, and for that we're going to use the icon map property. So we can map any action to a view that we want. So there you can find the documentation for this, and let's use this to map the actions for heading 1 and heading 4. So here we can just provide actions dot heading 1 like this, and this will give us a callback with the tint color of the icon, and we will use this to set our style as active. So let's use a text component and give this a style of tint color, and inside this we'll just simply add h1. So let's save this, and there we can see the heading 1 icon. So let's copy this for the heading 4, and similarly you can add all the icons for other actions as well. So let's save this, and we need to add a comma between these two. So now we can see heading 1 and heading 4. So this is how you can add the icons or map the icons to any action. So let's add a style for the rich bar, and let's give it a border top right radius of theme dot radius dot xl, and let's use the same for the border top left radius because we want to make it rounded on the top corner. And let's give it a background color of theme dot color dot gray. Let's save this, and after this we will add our editor. But now I want to change the active color for these actions, so whenever these are active, this will show the green color from our theme. And for that I can use a property selected icon tint color, and let's use the theme dot colors dot primary dark color. And I think this won't work now, but when we have the editor this will work. So let's just save this, and now let's add our editor. Let's import the rich text editor from this library, and let's give this a reference for the editor, and let's add the content container style as the styles dot rich. Then we want to add the editor styles as well, so these are the styles for the content inside the editor. So styles dot content style. Then we want to have a placeholder for this editor, which will be what's on your mind. Then finally, on change property will trigger the on change function that we passed from the parent component. So here is the on change function. So let's just close this and let's save this. And we have an error. So I know about this error and I'll show you how you can fix this, but for now let's just dismiss this, and we can see we have an editor, we have a placeholder, and if I type anything here I can able to make it bold or italic. First I will need to select it, then I can make it bold, italic, and it's working. I can remove the styles, then I can align it to the center, to the right or left, and I can make it in quotes. So all the actions are working. Now let's just refresh the app and see if this error goes away. So we still see this error, but don't worry, I'll show you how you can fix this. Now let's add the style for this editor and make it look good. So let's add the styles for rich, and I want to have a minimum height of 240 pixels, then a flex 1, border width of 1.5 pixels, and I don't want to have the border top, so let's use border top width as 0. Then we want to make it rounded from the bottom, so let's use border bottom left radius as theme dot radius dot xl. Then same for the border bottom right radius, so let's just change this to right radius. And then we want to have a border color, so let's use the gray color from our theme, and we want to have a padding of 5 pixel like this, and let's save this. So there we can see the container style for our editor. Now let's add the style for the content inside the container. So content style, as the color will be the text dark color from our theme, and for the placeholder text we will use the gray color. So placeholder color will be gray, and let's save this. So now I want to add the styles for the list of the toolbar actions. So we have the list style, so let's just change this to flat style, and we will specify the styles for this. So I want to have a padding around the list, so I will add the padding horizontal. So let's use padding horizontal of 8 pixels, and let's save this. So now we can see we have some padding around the list. We can increase the spacing, so let's use 20, and we'll have more spacing. Let's just use 8 is fine. Then we want to have a gap between these items, so let's use 5 pixels, which is too much, so let's use 3. Now this is fine. So with this, our editor design is complete, and it's looking good. Now I want to see if I add more content, will it expand? So let's move to next lines, and yes, it's working. So let's just remove this and see if all the actions are working. So I will add a text as code with Nomi. Then I want to make it bold, and I can make it to center or to the left. I can make it H1 and then move it around like this. Then I can choose this code icon. This will turn the text into code snippet like this. So let's remove this and see the number list. So if I click on this, I can make a list, and the text is bold, so I can turn it off. For the next item, we don't have a bold text. So everything is working and all the actions are working. So let's just refresh the app. And now I want to fix this error. So the error is because we are using this library on the latest SDK 51 from Expo. So if I go to the issues on their GitHub repo, you will see editor not working on Expo SDK 51. And we already have a solution for this thanks to goat.io. So inside the rich editor file, we need to remove this data detector types on the line 267. So if you don't see this error, you don't have to do anything. You can just skip this part. But if you see this error, then I will have to patch this. So let's go into node modules and find this library. So this is the library. Let's go into the source folder, then rich editor. Then here we need to find the data detector types property on the line 167, or no, it was on 267. So here we can see this is the data property that was causing this issue. So we need to remove this, and hopefully our issue will be fixed. So let's just save this and restart our server. So these changes are not permanent. We will lose these changes if we run the npm install command. This will override all the library code. So we need to make a patch. So I'll show you how you can patch these changes. So now we can see the error is gone. So everything's good to go. Now we want to use this patch package to make these changes permanent. So let's just copy this command and run into our terminal. And let's close the server again. So this library basically creates a patch file that will change the library code whenever we install all the packages. So we will need to use this command, and we will also need to copy this script. Let's go into our package.json, and we need to paste this command into our scripts. This will run every time we run the npm install command, and this will patch the changes. So we are not using yarn, so we will need to use this command. So let's just copy this, and after that we will need to specify the package that we want to patch. So let's use the name of this package and paste it here. Now it will create a patch file using the changes that we done into the rich editor file, and it's done. It's created a patch file. So it should have created a patches folder. Let me just remove the git from this folder. So if you want to remove git, just type this command, and whenever you save a new file, so let's just save this, and the git will be removed. So here, let's see, we have a patches folder here, and here we have a new patch file. So this code will make the changes to this library whenever we run the npm install command. And even if we override the changes when we install all the packages, this will make sure the patch persists. So let's run our application, and we can just remove this file, this one and this one too. Now let's refresh, and we won't see this error now. So let's go to the new post screen. So everything is working. Now let's continue our design, and let's go to the new post page. Now I want to add the media section at the bottom of this editor. So let's add a view and give this a style of media from our style sheet. Let's close this and save this. You can already see the styles. So these are the styles for the media container. We are using flex direction as row because I want to add a text property on the left and the icons on the right side. So let's add the icons. First I want to add the text. Let's add the styles for the add image text, and this will say add to your post. Then after this, we want to have a view that will contain the icons. So let's create a view, give this a style of media icons. And if I show you the styles, we have the flex direction as row. So you can just copy these styles. And inside this, let's create a touchable opacity. And now inside this, I want to use the icon. So let's use our icon component and give this a name of image. Size will be 30. And the color will be the dark color from our theme. Let's close this and save this. So now we can see the image icon. So let's also add an on press method, and this will trigger an on pick function which will open the image gallery. So let's create this function. This will be an async function, and I also want to add a parameter as the is image. So if this is true, that means we need to open the gallery with only the images. If not, then we will open the gallery with only the video files. So for this one, it will be true and it will show only the images. So let's just copy this for the video icon and let's change this to false. And I also want to change the name to video icon. Let's save this. Now we can see the icons. Let's increase the size for the video icon to 33. Now it looks good. So we'll work on the on pick function later, but now I want to add a button at the bottom. This will be after the scroll view. So let's import our button component and let's give this a button style property. And let's give it a height of HP 6.2. Then we're gonna have a title as post. Let's add the loading state as well. So we don't want to have the shadow for this button, so has shadow property will be false, and on press method will trigger an on submit function which will create in a second. So let's create this on submit function. This will be an async function, and let's save this. So there we can see the post button at the bottom, and it's not scrollable because it's out of the scroll view. So now we need to open the image gallery, but that is already implemented inside the edit profile page. So let's just copy this code and this will open the image picker. We also need to import the image picker library. So let's copy this import statement and paste it here. So by default, it will open the image gallery and show only the images, but I want to make the configuration dynamic based on the is image property. So let's create media configuration and let's just copy this configuration here. So this will be the default configuration, and let's remove this and use the media config here. Now I want to make an if condition. If the is image property is false, then we want to show only the videos inside the gallery. So let's change the media configuration and have the media type as image picker. Let's just copy this one and change this to videos. Now this will only show the videos, and I also want to add the editing option. So allow editing true, and this will get us the result. Then after we get the result, we want to set this file into this file state. So let's see if the result is not cancelled. Then we want to set the file, and we have an assets array, but we want to save only the first object at 0. So let's save this, and hopefully this will work. So if I click on the image icon, we see only the images, and if I cancel it and open the video, now we see only the videos. So this is working. Now let's choose an image. Let's choose this one and hit choose. So the image that we picked is set into the file state, but we are not able to see it. So let's show it under the rich text editor. So let's have a condition here. If we have the file, then we will show this view. So let's create a view and give this a style of file, and let's save this. So we can already see the blank space for the file view, and we have the following styles for the file. We have the height of 30%, and you can copy these styles for the file. So now I want to create a function that will return the type of the file. So let's use get file type, and we need to pass the file, and this will return either video or image. We're doing this because I want to show a video player if the file is video, and if the file is image, we will just simply use the image component. So for now, let's just add an empty tag here. Now let's create this function get file type, and this will receive the file. And first we will need to make a condition. If we don't have a file, then we'll just simply return null. Then we need to make one more condition if the file is local or remote. So let's create a function is local file. Let's create it here. This will also receive the file, and let's also make a condition here. If we don't have a file, then we will simply return null. But if we do have a file, then we will make one more condition and check the type of the file. And if it equals to an object, that means we have a file object and we picked it from the local gallery. So we will return true, otherwise let's return false. Now let's pass the file here, and if it returns true, that means we have a local file. And for every local file, we have a type. So whenever we set the file here, we will have a type property on this file, and this will be either video or image. So we will return that. So this will handle the local files, but we also want to check for the remote files, because later I want to use this page for updating the post as well. So we will need to make a check for the remote files. So let's create a comment here, check image or video for remote file. And in our Supabase storage, we will have two folders for post videos and post images. So every file will contain a path as post image or post video. So we will just make a check here. If the file includes post image, that means it's saved into the post images folder and we have an image file. So we will return the type as image. But if it's not, then we will just return video like this. So this function will return the type of the file, either remote or local. Now I want to show you the type property on the local file. So let's just copy this and console log the file here. And let's save this. So now if I open the image from the gallery, let's choose this. We will see in the console. Here you can see we have a property type as image. So this is what I was talking about. And if we choose the video, we will have a type as video. So here you can see we have the type video. So let's just remove this console log, and this function will give us the type of the image. We will only get the type for the local files for now, but it should hopefully work for the remote files later. So let's use this, and here if it's not a video, then it's an image. So let's return an image component, and let's give this a source of an object with a URI. So we will need to create a function that will get the file URI. This will check if the file is local or remote, then it will return the file URI. Then resize mode as cover, and the style, let's use flex as 1. Let's close this. Okay, so now we need to create this function get file URI. This will receive the file, and first we will need to make a condition. If we don't have a file, then we will just simply return null. And let's also make another condition for if the file is local. So we will use our function is local file. If it's true, then we already have the URI property on the file, we will return that. But if it's a remote file, then we will need to return the function get Supabase file URL. We already have that in our image service. So let's import this get Supabase file URL, and we need to pass the file. So if I go into the get Supabase file URL, this returns an object with a URI, but we only need the URI. So we will just simply return the URI from this function like this. So this function will return the file path if it's local or remote. So let's see if this works. Let's choose an image, and we should see this in here, but we don't see it. And I think I made a mistake somewhere. So resize mode cover flex 1 and get the file URI. So this will check, this will return null. If local file, then file URI. So everything looks all right, but let's just try to console log the file and see if we are getting the file URI. So we'll just call the get file URI function here and pass the current file. So we're getting the file URI from this function. So this is working. So there must be something wrong with our image component. And oh, okay. So this should be source, not browse. So this was causing the issue. And now we can see this image and it's showing from the local gallery. So now if I choose another image, it will show that. Let's show this cat image and it's updated. And if we choose another, this will be updated as well. So now I want to have a way to delete this, basically to reset the file state. So let's create a pressable here, and inside this we will import our icon component and use the delete icon. Let's give this a size of 25 and the color will be white. So let's save this, and it's white, so we're not able to see it. So let's give it a style of close icon. Let's save this and we can see it on top of the image. So for the size, let's use 22. Now this looks good. So for the close icon, we have the following styles. It's positioned absolute on the top right corner. Now I want to have a background color of transparent red. So let's use RGBA colors and we'll use the opacity as 0.6. Currently it's black, so let's increase the red color. And I think we need to have some padding, so let's use padding of 5 pixels, and we need to make it rounded, so let's use border radius of 50 pixels. Let's increase the padding to 7, and we need to make it a bit smaller, so let's change the size. Here it is, so let's change the size to 20. Let's save this. Now it looks good. So now when we click on it, it should reset the file state. So let's add an onPress method, and here we'll just simply set the file as null. Let's save this, and now if I click on this, it removes the file. So let's open another file. We see the file, and if we click on this icon, it will set the file as null. So currently we only have the image component, but now I want to show the videos as well. So if I choose the video, we will only see the file style, but we don't see the video. So for videos, we need to install another library. It's called expo AV. It has great features for audio and video files. So let's just copy this command and quickly install this. Let's open the terminal and paste it here. Okay, so it's installed. Now let's just close this, and we need to import the video component from this library. So let's remove this and let's import the video. um, I think we will need to manually import this, so let's import the video component from expo AV, this library, and let's use this here. So we need to provide style as flex1, and source will be the same as the image component as an object with URI, and we will use the function get file URI. Let's pass the file object. Then we need to have a property use native controls, then resize mode as cover, and we need to add is looping property, so this will loop the video. Let's close this and save this. So as we save this, you can see we already have our video player and it's working. I can play and pause the video. I can move forward, back. So everything is working. And if I remove this, the video is removed. Now let's select this again and let me show you this cool feature. So before selecting the video, we can trim the video and then choose. Now only the trimmed part of the video is selected, and then I can also perform all these actions. I can play, pause, or make it full screen. So everything is working, and with this our media section is complete. Now I want to work on creating the post into the Supabase. So for that we will need to work on our on submit function, and here first we'll need to have the post body and the file, and we are already storing all the content into the body reference. So let's console log this inside this function and see if this is actually updating, and we'll get the content inside the current property of this reference. Then let's also console log the file. Let's save this, and now if I click on post, we will see in the console as the body is empty and we have the file. So let's add the content, hey what's up, and let's post. Now we see the body as the HTML mockup, and we have the file object here. So let's make a condition here so that user will be able to post only the content or the file or both of them at the same time. So if either of them is not added, then we'll simply prompt the user to add an image or the post body. So let's use alert, and title will be post, and we want to show a message, please choose an image or add the post body. Then after this prompt, we'll just return from here. And if we have either one of these values, then we will create the post data. So this will include the file. We will upload this inside the create post function. Then for the post body, I will use body reference dot current value, and we will have the user ID who created this post. So let's use the current user dot ID. I don't think we have the current user here in this file. We have the user, so let's use the user.id here. So this will be the post data. So now we want to create a create post function, but I want to make it generic so that we can use the same function for updating the post as well. So let's just make a comment here for now, and let's create our post service. And inside this we need to export a function create or update post, and this will be an async function which will receive the post data. And let's create a try catch block inside this, and if we catch any error, we'll console log the error as create post error, and in that case we will return a response as success false, and we will include a message as could not create your post, like this. So now first I want to upload the post file. So let's create a command upload image, and first we need to make a check if we have the file object inside the post, then we will upload the file. Let's also add a condition if the type of the file is an object. That means it's a local file and user picked it from the gallery, and it can be either a video or an image. So when this is true, we will check if it's an image or not. So is image, and if it's a local file, it will also include a type property, and this will be either image or video. So we'll just make a check. If it's image, then is image will be true, otherwise false. And based on this is image property, we will create a folder name. So if it's an image, we will use the folder as post images, and if it's a video, then the folder name will be post videos. We're also using this folder name when we are checking for the remote files if the file is video or image. So if you see here, file includes post image, and the post image is basically the folder name. That's how we know if the file is image or not. So let's update this to post images like this. So let's go back, and here we need the folder name for uploading the file into Supabase. So let's use the upload file function here, and this will give us a file result. Let's use await file upload, and this requires three parameters. Folder name, we already have that here. Then file URI is on post.file.uri. Every media object has this URI property. Then let's pass the is image property to check the file inside the upload function, and this will give us the result, and we will check if the success is true on this response. That means the file is uploaded and we have the data as the path of this file. So we'll just update post.file to this data. Otherwise, if the file is not uploaded, we will return the file result, and this will show the user that the media was not uploaded. So if I go into the upload file, here you can see on successful upload, it will give us the path of the file here. And if it's not uploaded, we will see could not upload media. So everything's good. Now after this if statement, we need to create the post, and we will get the response as data and error. Now let's import our Supabase client, and we want to upload this data into the posts table. So from posts, and we need to call a function upsert, and it will perform update and insertion as well. So if I show you the documentation from the Supabase, let's go into database and upsert data. So this is the syntax for this function, and we can include all these options. So when we pass the data to this function, if it doesn't include the ID, this will create a new row into the table. But if it does include the ID, that will mean it will update the row with this ID. Now let's use the select function to select the data after insert or update, and this will give us an array. So let's use the single function to get the single object. Now let's check if we have an error. Then we will console log the error, create post error. Actually, let's just copy this response because it will be the same response. And if we don't have any error, that means the post got successfully updated or created. And in that case, we will return success as true, and data will be the data from this response. So let's save this, and now we can use this inside our create post screen. And let's go to on submit function, and here first we need to start the loading. So let's set the loading to true. Then we'll get the response from this new function. So let's use create or update post, and we need to pass the data. Then we will need to set the loading to false after the API call is done, and we'll just simply console log to see the post result as this response. So let's save this and test if this is working. So let me just refresh the app and open the terminal. Let's remove this user console log. So let's go into home screen, and here is the console log. Let's comment it out and let's refresh. So now let's choose an image. Let's choose this beach image, and let's add a caption. Then hit post. So we see the loading, and then we see the post response in the terminal. So we got the data and success as true. So our post got uploaded successfully. So let's go into the Supabase and see into the post table. So here we can see our first post has the ID, body, file, and the user ID. So you see this file has the post images slash the file name. So it must be uploaded into the Supabase storage. So let's go into the storage, uploads. Then we see a new folder, post images, and we have a file inside this. So this is a file that we uploaded. So now the post create is working and the media upload is working as well. Now I want to clear this data when the post creation or updation is successful. So let's go into the new post screen and let's remove this console log, and here we need to make a check. If response.success is true, then we clear this data, but if it's not, then we need to show an alert. Let's use the title as post, and for the message we will show response.message. So here if the post is created, we will set the file as null. Then we also need to set the body reference dot current value to an empty string, but this will not clear this editor content, so we need to set this editor content to an empty string as well. So editor reference dot current, and we can use this function set content HTML. This will set the content inside this editor, so we need to set it as an empty string. Then after this we need to move back to the previous screen, so router dot back. This will take us to the previous screen, so let's save this. Now let's just refresh the app and see if this is working. So let's create a new post, and this time we want to upload a video. So let's choose a video and let's actually trim this. So we have the option to trim the video before selecting. So now we can also post the media without the caption as well. So let's just post this video and hit post. So we move back to the home screen. That means it got uploaded. So let's refresh the Supabase storage and we see a new folder, post videos, and if we click on it, we have a new file, and this is the file that we uploaded. So it's very important to choose the right path for your files and the right content type for your files. So let me show you how it's actually working. So if I go into the create post function, here I'm dynamically choosing the folder name based on the type of the file. Then if I go inside this upload file function, here I'm setting the video type for the content type. So if you don't set this, the file will be uploaded, but you won't be able to use this inside your application, or you won't be able to play this. So it's very important you implement all of this very carefully. So now let's try to create a post without the media and see if we can create the post with only the caption. So let's create a caption. Hey everyone, I'm new here. And let's also style this, and I want to make this new text bold. So let's just select this and hit bold icon. So now let's post, and we move to home screen. So let's see this post into the Supabase. Let's go into the table editor and go into the post table. So here we can see all of the post, and we have a third new post where we can see the post body as the HTML, and we see the file as null because we did not include the file for this post. So that means we can create the post with or without the media. We can also create the post with both the media and the caption as well. So with this, the post creation feature is complete. So now let's see what we have done so far. Let's go to our document. And here in new post screen, we added the header, user avatar, then we implemented the editor, add post, we added Supabase storage, media, and then we implemented the file upload using the base 64. So now we need to work on our home section and fetch and show all the posts. And before we start working on fetching the post, we need to create a mockup of the postcard just to see how all the posts will look like in the home screen. So let's create a mockup of the postcard. Let's create a rectangle. So this will be our postcard. Let's choose a transparent background like this one. So let me add a label. This will be our postcard. So here first we will have the user image. So let's create a user avatar. Then alongside with this user avatar, we will have the username and the time of the post. So let's display them along with the user avatar. So this will be a small text and this will display under the username like this. Then at the bottom, we will have an area to show the post body and any media inside the post. So if we have any image or the video inside the post, this will display under the post caption in here. Then we have some actions at the bottom. So heart icon will like the post or dislike the post. Then we have the comment icon to make a comment or to see all the comments in a post. And then we will have a share icon to share this post content, any file or the caption. So finally we will have the three dots icon on the top right corner. So basically this will open the post details and a user can see the comment list and even create the comment from there. So now we need to add this to the home screen. So let's just copy this and use it here. Let me copy this one more time. Let's move this content below so that we have a bit more space. Okay, so after this post, I want to show a loading state at the bottom of all the posts. So let's use a loading icon and place it here. So this will indicate that there are more posts being fetched from Supabase, and once all the posts are fetched, we will just display a message, no more post. So first we're gonna work on fetching the post from Supabase, then we'll work on this card. So first let's create a state here, posts and set posts, and this will be an empty array. Then we're gonna call a function get posts. This will fetch the post from Supabase, and we will define another function inside our post service, and we'll call this function in a use effect hook. So whenever this home screen mounts, we will fetch the post. So let's use effect and let's move it to the top here, and we need to add an empty dependency array, then call this function, and this will get us the post. So now we need to create a function fetch post inside our post service. So let's go into that file and let's just copy this function and rename it to fetch posts, and this will receive a parameter as limit. By default it will be 10. So by default we will fetch 10 posts. So let's just remove this code and let's change this to fetch post error, and this message will say could not fetch the posts like this. Now we're gonna call the API to fetch the post, and it will give us a data and an error on the response. So let's use Supabase client. Then from the post table, we're gonna select everything from this table. So let's use select, and we can pass static just like in the SQL queries, and this will fetch all the post data. And I want to fetch the post in a descending order using the creation date. So let's use the order function and pass the column as created at. Then as a second parameter, we can pass an option ascending as false. This will fetch the post in a descending order. Then we can use the limit function to limit the posts being fetched, and we want to use the limit variable. So this way we can get the post data from post table. Now if we get any error, let's make a condition and we will return this error here. Let's just indent this, and if we don't get any error, that means we got the post, and in that case we will return success as true, and the data will be the data object. So like this. So let's save this and see if this function is working. So let's move to our home screen, and here let's call this function. We will get a response fetch post. We don't need to pass anything. By default we will have the limit of 10. So got post result. Let's save this and see if this is working, and we can already see we have some log in the terminal. got post result, and this includes the data and the success object. So this is the data we already saved into Supabase. So let's just copy this and let me format this using a JSON formatter. Let's paste this here and prettify. So here you can see we have three posts. We have the body, created at, file ID, and the user ID. So these are the posts that we created previously. So one thing you notice, we have all the post data and the user ID, but this does not include the user data, and we need that to show in the post card. So we will need to make a few changes. So here when we are selecting the data from the post table, because we have a foreign key relationship with the user, so we can get the user data. So static will make sure to fetch the data from the post table. Then we can specify users table, then all the properties that we want to fetch for each user. So I want to fetch ID, name, and image. So let's save this. Now we got another console log. So let's just copy this, paste it here, and make it pretty. um we're getting this error because now we have the users object array inside each post, but I want to get only the user object, not users. So we can rename this as user like this. Now it will only get the user object. So now we see another console. Now let's see this user object inside the home screen because our formatter is not working for this. So let's console log the user from our first post. Result.data.first item, and then the user property, and let's save this. So there we can see the user data, and we can use this user data to show in the post card. So now let's just remove this console log and minimize this terminal. Let's also remove this, and here let's check if the result.success is true. Then we will set the post state as result.data. Now I also want to send the limit parameter. So let's create a variable. It will be a global variable limit with a 0 value, and we will increase it every time we call this get post function. So limit equals limit plus 10, and let's pass it to the fetch post function. So the idea is whenever we hit the bottom of the screen, we will increase the limit and we will call this function, and it will fetch more and more posts. So let's just console log it here, fetching post as limit. And there we can see fetching 10 posts. So now I want to show all the posts in the home screen. So let's create a comment here, posts, and let's import the flat list component. And for the data, I want to use the post state and show vertical scroll bar indicators as false. Then content container style, we'll have styles.list style. And for the list style, we have some padding horizontally and padding top. So here you can just copy this style. And then let's add the key extractor property. And we will have a callback with the item. I want to use the item.id, but let's convert it to a string like this. Then we will have the render item property. This will also give us a callback, and we want to extract the item, and this will return a component postcard which will create in a second. And we want to send some properties as item, and then the current user will be the user from auth state. And we want to use the router inside this component as well. So let's just close this, and let's also close this flatlist component. And now we need to create this postcard component. So let's create a new file, postcard. Then let's create a functional component and save this. Now let's import this here and save this. So there we can see we have three posts in the post state, and we are displaying them here. Now let's go into this component and receive all the props. We have the item, the current user, and then we have the router. Now let's console log the item and see if we are getting the post data. So let's save this and see in the console. So there we can see we getting the three post items. So let's just minimize this. I also want to have a shadow on this postcard, but this will be conditional based on this property has shadow, and by default it will be true. So if it's true, we're gonna use a different style object for the shadows. So let's create this shadow style. And first we're gonna have the shadow offset, as the width will be 0 and height will be 2. Then let's add the shadow opacity as 0.06. Let's also add the shadow radius as 6, and the elevation property for Android will be 1. So these are the shadow styles. Now let me just copy and paste the style sheet here for this screen, and I'll just show you these styles whenever I use them. Now let me just import the theme, the HP function, and let's also import the WP function from our common helpers. Okay, so now let's give this a style of container, and we'll also use our shadow styles based on a condition. So if the has shadow property is true, only then we will apply shadow styles. And let's save this. So because this is true by default, we can see the shadows. So for the container, we have the following styles: gap, margin, padding, the borders. So you can just copy these styles. Now inside this, let's just remove this and have a view and give this a style of header. So for the header, we have a flex row because on the other side, I want to show three dots, and on this side, I want to show the user info. So let's create a view and give this a style of user info. Let's just add a comment here, user info and post time. Now inside this view, I want to use our avatar component. So let's import it. And for the size, let's use HP of 4.5 like this. And then for the URI, I want to use the item.user.image because we have the user data on each post item. So the image will be the user image. Then around it will be theme.radius.md like this. And let's save this. So there we can see the user avatar for each post item. Then let's create a view and give this a gap of 2 pixels. And inside this, we're gonna show the username and the time of the post. So let's give it a style of username, and inside this, let's choose item.user.name like this. And if I save this, we can see the username. So if you see in the console, each post item has this user object because we added this while fetching the post data, and because we have a relationship with the users table. So let's just copy this for the post time, and this will have styles of post time, and here we will display item.created at property. So we can see the date, but it doesn't look good and we need to format it, and for that we are gonna install another library, moment, and it's installed. So let's just close this and use this to format our date. So let's create a created at variable, and inside this we will use the moment library. Let's just import it, and let's give it item.created at property. Then we're gonna use the format function, and we're gonna use a format of triple M and then the D. So this will format the date as the English month and the date number, day number. So let's use this and let's save this. So there we can see the date June 19, which is the time of recording this video. Now I want to show three dots icon on the right side. So let's create a touchable opacity, and inside this let's use our icon component and give this a name of three dots horizontal like this. And let's use the size of HP 3.4, and let's use a stroke width of 3, and we will use the text color from our theme object. So theme.colors.text, and let's save this. So there we can see the three dots icon. When we click on this icon, it should open the post details. So on press on this function, we will trigger the open post details function. So let's create this function here, and we will implement this later. So for now, let's just leave it empty. Now I want to show the post body after this view. So let's create a comment here, post body and media. So now let's create a view and give this a style of content. And inside this, we're gonna show the post body. So let's create another view and give this a style of post body. So here, let's use the text component, and inside this, we will use item.body, and let's save this. So there we can see the post body, and it's displaying the HTML content, but we want to render this HTML. And for that, I'm going to use another library, and it's called React Native Render HTML. So this is the library we're going to use. This will render our HTML body. So let's just copy this command and quickly install this library. So while this is installing, let's just copy the import statement for this library. So let's just copy this line and paste it here. Okay, so the library is installed. Now let's just close this terminal and minimize this. So now we only want to use this library when we have the post body. So let's just remove this and make a condition here. Item.body, only then we will use this library, render HTML. And we're gonna give it a property of content width, which will be 100%. So let's use WP100. Then we're gonna use the source, which will be our HTML body. So let's see how we can use this. So we need an object with HTML property, then the content. So let's add an object HTML and then item.body like this. And let's close it and save it. So now it's rendering the HTML post body, and we can see the styles are applied as well. But we also see three warnings at the bottom, which are support for the default props will be removed, which is something this library uses, but it's not affecting the functioning of this library. So we can just ignore them, but this will appear every time we refresh the app. So let me just reload the application. So when we get the post, we will see these warnings. So we will need to hide them so they don't show on our device, but they will still appear in the terminal, and that's fine. We can live with that. So let's just go into the layout file, and here we need to use the log box to ignore all these logs. So let's import log box from React Native, and we're gonna use a function ignore logs, and this receives an array of all the logs that we want to ignore, but we don't have to copy and paste the complete log message. We can just copy until this colon and paste it here, and this will be removed. So let's copy all the logs, and this is the second one. So let's just copy this and paste it here, and let's also copy the third log and paste it here. Now this will remove all of these three logs, and they won't show on the device again. So if I reload the application, we can still see them in the terminal, but we don't see them on the device. So everything's good. Now let's go into our postcard, and here I want to add some styles for the content, and we can use a property tag styles, and let's use tag styles. So now let's define our styles here. Let's create a constant tag styles, and we want to use our theme style as the color and the size. So for the div element, we will have the color as theme dot colors dot dark, and for the size, let's use HP of 1.75. So this style will be used by multiple text components. So let's just copy this and create another object as text style and paste this here. Now for the div element, we will use this text style. For the paragraph tag, we will also use this. And for the order list tag, we will also use this text style. Now for the H1 and H4 tag, we will just change the color, because if we change the font size, this will also make our headings tag smaller. So we'll just use color as theme.colors.dark, and let's just copy this and change this to H4. Then let's save this. So there we can see a slight difference in the color and the size of the text components. So similarly, you can add other styles if you want to. Now I want to show the post image here, but first we need to check if we have the file and it's an image file. So we can use a function includes and see if this file includes a string as post images, because each file has a path and it should include the folder name. And if you see in the Supabase, each file includes a folder name, a post images or post videos. So if it includes post images, that means it's an image file, and in that case we will use the expo image component here. And let's give this a source, and because it's a remote file, we can use get Supabase file URL and pass this file path here. And inside this function, you can see if we have the file path, this will return the Supabase URI. Then let's add the transition of 100 milliseconds. And for the style, let's give it a style of post media. And content fit property will be cover. So let's close this. And for the styles of the post media, we have the height of 40%, border radius, border curve, and the 100% width. So you can just copy this. So let's save this. And there we can see the post image that we uploaded. So this second post is empty because we uploaded a video in this post. Now we want to show the post video. So let's create a comment here, post video, and we want to use the video component from expo AV. But first let's make a check if we have the file, and the file includes post videos. That means it's uploaded into the post videos folder, so it must be a video file. And in that case, we will use the video component from expo AV. So this is the component. Let's just import it and give this a style of post media. So this style has the height of 40%, but we want to use the less height. So let's override the height and use HP of 30% for the videos. And if you see, this will just override the height from the post media style. So now let's add a source, and we can use the same function, get a Supabase file URL and pass the item.file. Then let's use native controls property. This will use the native controls for display, resize mode as cover, and is looping. So this will loop. Now let's save this. And there we can see the video that we uploaded, and we can play this video. It's not working. So I can't play or pause this video. So let me just reload the application and check again. There we see the video, and we still not able to play. So let's just delete this file. Maybe this file is corrupted for some reason. Let's delete this from our database, and we will upload again and check if this works. So let's reload. And now we don't see this post, and let's create a new post with the same file. Let's choose this video and then hit post. So now we need to reload the application because it won't appear automatically here. There we can see the new post, and now if I hit play, it still doesn't work. That's very strange. Let's just close this application and open it again. We can see the video, and if I click on play, now it's working. So I think there was something wrong with the Expo Go app, but we just needed to restart it and everything's working now. We can pause, play, go back and go forward, and all the controls are working. I can even make it full screen, and this is working. So all the controls are working and the video posts are working now. So now I want to add some actions at the bottom to like and share this post. So let's create a comment, like, comment and share. Then let's create a view and give this a style of footer. And for the footer, we have the style as flex row. So if I open this, you can see these styles. I want to have 3 different actions for this footer area. So let's create a view and give this a style of footer button. And inside this, we are going to use touchable opacity for the button. Then let's use the icon component and give it a name of heart. And size will be 24. And for the color, let's use the rose color from our theme object. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the heart icon to like each post. So this color will change based on a condition, and for now let's just create a boolean liked. Let's make it false, and based on this we'll change the color for this heart icon. So if liked is true, then we'll use the rose color, but if it's not, then we'll use the text light color from our theme object, like this. And let's save this. So by default you can see it's using the text light color. And then we're gonna show the count, likes count. So let's create a text component, give it a style of count. And then inside this we're gonna show the length of all the likes. So later we're gonna have a likes array and we're gonna use the likes length, but for now let's just create an empty array likes and give it an empty array like this. And we will just simply display the length of this array. So this will be the count for all the likes. Then let's just copy this button 2 times for the share and the comment icon. So let's change this icon to comment. Let's save this and we can see the comment icon. And for this one, let's just remove this and add 0 for now. And for the third one, let's use the share icon like this. And we don't want to see the count, so let's just remove this and let's save this. So we are using this liked property to change the color of the heart icon. So if I change this to true, we shouldn't see it on all the icons, and we copied this on the comment and the share icon. So let's just remove this. We only want to use the text light color on the comment and the share icon like this. So this rose color is only applied on the stroke of this icon, but we want to change the full color of this icon. So if I go into this icon file in here you can see we have a property fill as none. But if I change this to a different color, let's say blue, this will change the fill of this color. So we can use this from the parent component because we are spreading all the props here. So we need to make this fill property on this component, and this will be conditional as well. So if the liked is true, we will use the rose color from our theme, but if it's false, then we will use the transparent color. So now it's showing the full heart icon with the red color. And if I make this false, we will only see the outlined icon without the fill color like this. So this postcard component is complete for the home screen. Now I want to show a loading state at the bottom. This will indicate that we are fetching more posts. So let's go into the home component, and here in the flat list I want to use a property as list footer component, and this will show at the bottom of the list. So let's create a view and give this a style of margin vertical of 30 pixels. Then let's close this. And inside this we will use our loading component. So let's just import this and save this. So now if I scroll down, we see the loading state indicating that we are fetching more data. But if I reload the application, it will show on the top when we have no posts. And I want to increase the margin when we have no post. So let's create a condition. If the post dot length is 0, then we will have a margin vertical of 200 pixels, otherwise 30. So when we have the post, it will show like this, and if we don't have the post at the start, it will show like this. So now let's go to our document and see our progress. And in the home screen section, we have fetched the post, we have designed the postcard. I want to work on post pagination, but before that, let's work on real-time implementation. And this will mean when we create a post, this should automatically appear inside our post feed in the home screen. So for this, first we'll need to enable the real-time changes. So let's go into the database and then into publications. Here we see the real-time Supabase changes are enabled, but we see the source as zero tables. So let's click on this, and we need to enable the tables that we want to receive the real-time changes from. So let's choose comments, notifications, and then posts. So let's go back, and these are the actions that we can listen to, and we can even turn off an option and we won't be able to listen to this on the real-time changes. Now I want to listen for the create post event. So I need to go into the home screen and inside the use effect hook. Here I need to create a channel that will listen to the insert events on the post table. So let's create a post channel and let's use the Supabase client. Then let's use the channel function and give it a name of posts. This can be any name. Then I'm gonna use the on function to listen on the Postgres changes. So let me show you how you can use this from the documentation. And we need to go into the real-time changes and click on the subscribe to channel. So this is the syntax to subscribe to a channel and then listen all the events from that channel. But in our case, I want to listen to the insert events from the post table. So let's go to the listen to a specific table, and this is how we can listen to all the events from the countries table, and this will give us a payload every time we create, delete, or update anything inside the countries table. So let's use this and listen to the changes from the post table. An event will be static so that we can listen to all the events from this table. Then we're gonna use schema as public, and a table name will be posts, and the third parameter will be a callback function for the payload. So let's use handle post event, which will create later. Then we're gonna subscribe to this channel like this. So here we have an error. This should have a colon like this. So we also need to unsubscribe from these channels. So let's return a callback from this use effect, and inside this we can use supabase dot remove channel function, and then we need to pass the post channel function in here. So now let's create this function handle post event, and this will be an async function which will give us the payload. So let's just console log this payload for now, and let's see the data that we're getting like this, and let's save this. So now let's create a new post and see what happens. Testing real-time changes. We need to open the terminal to see the logs and then hit post. So the post is created and we got the post event with this payload, and this includes the event type as insert, and this new property contains all the data from our new post as the body, user ID, and the file. But one thing you will notice that this does not include the user object, and we need that to show in the postcard. So what we will do is we will fetch the user inside this function and then update the post state because we have this user ID. So let's just remove this, and here we need to make a condition. If the payload dot event type equals insert, that will mean we got a new post. And we will also make a condition if we got the ID in the new object on this payload, that will mean we also got the data for this new post. Here you can see, then we will get this new post from this new object. So this is our new post. Now we also need to fetch the user for this post. So let's use get user data, and this receives the user ID here, and this will get us the user. Now let's pass the user ID from this new post. like this. So now here we need to set the new post dot user using this response. So we will check if the response dot success is true, then we will get the user on this data property. Otherwise we will just set it to an empty object. So now we have the new post and we want to use the set post function. This will give us a callback with all the previous posts, and we will return an array. But first we will add the new post, then I will spread all the previous posts. So this way our new post will show on the top. So let's save this and see if this is working. So let's reload the application and then create a new post. Let me just log out and use a different account, because with this account I've added so many posts. So let's use Jon Snow's account and then we will create a new post from this account. Let's log in. Not now. So now let's create a new post. Testing real time. Then hit post. So as you can see, this updated the post state because of the real time changes. So now let's create a new post, and this time let's use an image. Let's use this first image and then hit post. Okay, so as the post is created, it instantly appears on the feed because of the real-time changes that we implemented. Now let's open the Android emulator and see real-time changes on both the phones side by side. Let's just close this and move the iPhone simulator on the same window as well. So here, and we'll see the real-time updates here. So let's press A to open on the Android, and let's press R to reload the applications. So there we can see the app is running on the Android emulator. Now let's log in using my account. Also, this is the first time we are using this application on the Android emulator. So let's see how everything goes. So we can see the home screen and all the posts looking good. Now let's create a new post and see what happens. Testing 2, and let's include an image. Let's use this and then hit post. So as soon as the post is created, it appears on both of the devices, and this is because of the real-time changes that we implemented on the post table. So the UI on the Android is looking good. We can go to the profile screen, we can edit the profile. And if I choose the image, we don't have any image on this simulator. So let's go back. The alert model is working. Now let's see if the video player is working on Android. So I can play the video, then I can pause the video. So the controls are working and the UI is looking good on the Android as well. So this is how we can implement the real-time changes from Supabase. So now I want to work on pagination, and the idea is if we scroll down, it will fetch more posts, but we will need to create some test posts so that we have enough posts to test the pagination. So let's create these test posts. Okay, so let's not create all the posts from this account. Let's create another account and then add some posts from this new account. So let me just create a new account. Okay, so the account is created. Now let me just quickly update his profile data and add a phone number, a location, and a bio. And then hit update. Let's also add a profile picture. Let's choose this one and then hit update. Okay, so the profile is updated. Now let's create a new post from this new account. Let's choose an image. Let's choose this one. and then hit post. So there we can see the new post, and I think we have enough posts to test the pagination. So here we have a limit variable which is by default 0, and this increases by value 10 every time we call this function. And we are passing this to fetch post function, and we are limiting the amount of posts that we are getting. So now we want to create a function that will trigger every time we hit the bottom of this list, and we can use a property on and reached, and this will give us a callback, and this will trigger every time we hit the bottom of this flat list. So let's just console log a message got to the end, and let's save this, and let's just open the terminal and see what happens if we go to the bottom. So let me just refresh, and now if I scroll down, we should see a message in the console. So there we can see got to the end, and it will happen every time we scroll to the bottom. We can also add a threshold in pixels. So if I add 0, that will mean it will trigger the function exactly when we hit the bottom. So now in this callback, I want to use the get post function, and this will trigger every time we hit the bottom of this flat list. And inside this function, we are basically increasing the limit and then passing it to fetch post. Let's just reduce the limit to 4 because we don't have a lot of posts. So let's see how this works. So by default, we are seeing a 4 latest post, and as I scroll down, the get post function gets called, and now we have more posts from the database. Um, Actually, we shouldn't see this many posts. It should have fetched only the 8 or 12 posts. So for some reason, I think it's calling this function multiple times. So let me just refresh the app. And now we should see only the 4 posts. And as I scroll down, it should update the limit to 8, but it's updating to 12. So I think I know why this is happening. So if I show you the initial logs, it should have called this function 2 times. There we can see two console logs. So basically what happened is when we have an empty flat list, this on and reach function gets triggered. So now we no longer need to call this function inside the use effect. So now let's comment this out and see if this is working. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom, and by default we are seeing 4 latest posts. And now if I scroll down, it will call this function and increase the limit by 8. So if I scroll down, there we can see fetching 8 posts in the console, and as I scroll down, it will increase the limit by 4. So now we can see fetching 12 posts. So our pagination is working, but there is still some issues. So as I scroll down and fetch all the posts from the database, it will still call this function and trigger every time we hit the bottom, as you can see. So we need to stop calling this API when we have all the posts from the database, and for that we need to use a state has more, and by default this will be true, and until this is true we will keep calling this API. So let's use this, and I want to make it false when we get all the posts. So here in this condition, we want to make another condition as post.length equals to the post that we are fetching from the database. And if this equals, that means there is no new post coming. So we can set has more property as false. And once this is false, we can add a condition here at the top. If has more property is false, then we will just return null, and we won't call this API. So let's just save this. And at the bottom, I want to show a message when we have fetched all the posts. So let's add a condition. If has more is true, then we'll show the loading. And if this is false, then we will show a message. So let's add a view and give this a style of margin vertical as 30 pixels. And inside this, let's add a text component and give this a style of no posts. Then it will say no more posts. And let's save this. So if I show you the styles for this, we have a font size, align into the center, and the color from our theme object. So now let's see if this is working. So as I scroll down, we see the loading and it has fetched more posts. Let's scroll more. And now we see more posts. And when we have fetched all the posts, it will say a message, no more post. Now if I hit the bottom again and again, it won't call the API, it will just show a message got to the end. So this is working perfectly fine. So now let's see our document. So we have implemented a real-time data fetching, post pagination. Now I want to work on like post. So when we hit this heart icon, this will like the post. So let's go into our postcard. Here we have our postcard, and here if we click on this icon, this is the heart icon. I want to add a function on like. So let's add an on press method here, and this will trigger on like function. And let's create this function here. This will be an async function, and we're gonna call another API call inside this. So let's create another function into our post service. Let's just copy this function and rename this to create post like. And this will receive an object with the post like data. So let's just remove this code. Let's keep the error, and let's change this to post like error, and this will say could not like the post. So now I want to insert a row inside post likes table, and we will get a response as data and an error. Then let's use our Supabase client, and from the post likes table we want to insert this object as post like, and then we want to also select the data that we insert into the table, and this will give us an array, but I want to use only the single object. So let's use a single, and this will return the data that is created. So if we have an error, this will return the error, but otherwise it will return the success response. Now let's just copy this, and we're gonna use another function, remove post like, and this will receive a post ID and the user ID like this. Now when we remove the data, we will only get an error. So let's just remove this data, and we want to use the delete function, which will delete the data from this table based on some conditions. So to add the conditions, we're gonna use an EQ function, which will basically check if the user ID equals to the user ID that we're passing to this function, and same for the post ID like this. So if we don't get any error, that means data is removed. But if we do get any error, we just return a response as could not remove the post like. Now let's use this function inside the post card component, and first we need to create the data, and this will include the user ID which we have on the current user. So current user.id, then the post ID will be item.id. Now let's call this function that we created, and this will give us a response, create post like, and pass this data. And once we get the response, we'll just console log and see if it successfully created the like. And I also want to show the user if the like is not created. So if result.success is false, then we want to show an alert. The title will be post, and the message will say something went wrong. Okay, so now let's save this and open the console and see if this is working. So now if I click on this heart icon, we see a response as the success is true. So it must have created the data in the Supabase. So let's see. Let's go to table editor and go into post likes. So there we can see our first post like. We have the post ID here, and we have the user ID. So now that we have this data, we can include this while fetching the post data, and we want to show the post likes here on the post card. Currently, we don't see the new like here. So let's just refresh. So because we have a foreign key relationship with the post and the post likes, we can include this table in while fetching the post, and it will include the post likes for each post. So just like the users table, we can specify the post likes table and the data that we want to fetch. And I want to fetch all the data. So let's specify static and let's save this. Now let's console log the post item and see if we're getting the post likes array. So let's console log the data here, post item, and let's save this. So we don't see the post likes. So let's just refresh the app and see if we get this array. Fetch post error, unexpected end of the input. What did we do wrong? So let's go into our function, fetch posts. Everything looks all right. So let's just refresh the app and check again. Still the same error. Maybe we need to remove this comma at the end. So let's save this and see. Okay, so now we're getting the data. So it was a comma. Make sure you don't add this comma at the end. So now we're getting the post likes array. So let's go into the post card and let's just remove this console log. Now I want to set this post likes array into a likes state. So let's do this inside a use effect hook. Let's add an empty dependency array and I want to set likes. Let's just create this state here, likes and set likes. By default this will be an empty array and we will set the likes from the post item. So inside this use effect hook, let's use a set likes and the item dot post likes. And this state is showing red lines because we have another likes constant. So let's just remove this. And for this liked boolean here, I want to filter all the likes and see if there is any like by the current user. So let's filter the likes, and for each like we will check if the like.user id equals the current user id. That means this user liked this post, and we will check if we have any first item. Based on this, we will return true or false like this, and let's save this. So as I save this, you can see it's showing this post is like and the count is 1. And that's because we already use these values on this heart icon. So here you can see the likes.length. But there is one more issue. So if I like any other post, so in the console, you can see the like is created, but it's not updated in the post card, and we need to update this likes array. So before we call this API, let's set the likes here. And first we need to spread all the previous likes and then this new data here. So this will update the likes array and show our latest like. So let's just refresh. So now if I try to like a post, it instantly updates the post likes and we see this on the postcard. But if I click on it again, it will again create a post like and update the count. But this shouldn't happen. It should remove the post like. So here we need to make a condition. If user has already liked the post, then we will remove the post like. So let's add a condition. If liked is true, then remove the like. Otherwise, create the new like. So let's add this code here, and we're gonna use the same code for remove like as well, but let's just remove this data. And here first we need to update the previous likes. So let's filter all the likes and remove the likes where the user id is the current user id. So this will give us all the likes where the user id is not equal to the current user dot id. And we need to update this into the likes state, so we no longer need to add this data. So we just need to spread all the updated likes here like this. And instead of calling the create post like, we need to call a remove post like. And here let's see all the parameters. So first we need to pass the post id, and we have item.id. Then for the user, let's use current user.id. And this will give us a response, and if there is any error, we will just show the error. So for the console log message, this will say removed like, And for this one, it will say added like this, and let's save this. So let's just refresh the app and see if this is working. And let's click on this post, and we got an error. Something went wrong. Could not remove the post like data doesn't exist. So yeah, we're not using the data inside this function. So let's just remove this property, and this will return success true when the data is removed. But it must have removed the data from the database. So let's just refresh and check again. And yes, the likes are removed. Now if I remove the like from this post, this will remove the like, and if I click on it again, this will create the like. So I can click on this as many times as I want, and this will work perfectly fine. So currently this post is liked, and if I refresh the app, we should see our like here. So this is working fine. So now I want to work on this share icon. So if we click on this, it should share the image or the post content. So let's go to this icon. And here we have the share icon. So let's add an on press function, and this will trigger on share function. So let's create this new function here. This will be an async function because later we're gonna add an API to download the files from the post, and we're gonna use the same library that we used before, expo file system. Here is the library, but for now we want to implement only share the content. So let's create the content, and we will have a message as item.body, and then we can use the share functionality from React Native. Then using the share function, we can provide this content. And let's save this. Now if I click on the share icon, we see the share model, but I don't want to share the HTML content. I only want to share the text. So let me just paste a function here. So this function uses regex to remove the tags from a string. So you can just copy this from here. Now let's use this on item body, and this will remove all the tags and all the styling from the content and give us only the raw text, and that is what we need. So let's save this, and now if I share this content, we only see the text, we don't see HTML tags now. So I can share this one, and we only see the content without the tags. Now let me find a post with some styling. So here we have a new text as bold, but if I share this, we won't see any style, we will see only the text. But if I share a post with media, we won't see anything because we're only sharing the item body. We're not sharing the item file. So first we will have to make a check if we have a file on this post. Then we will download the file and then share the URI for that file. We can only share the local file URI because I've tried with the remote files and it doesn't work. So let's go into our image service, and here we need to create a function download file. This will also be an async function, and it will receive the URL for the remote file. So let's add a try catch block. And if we get any error while downloading the file, we'll just return null. So now we're gonna use the file system library, and we're gonna download the file, and it will give us a response with a URI. And the function that we're gonna call is download async, and it requires the URI for the remote file and then the local file path where we want to store this file. So for this one, let's just create a function get local file path, and we will pass the URL here. So now let's create this function, and this will receive the file path. Now we also need to get the file name from this path. So let's create a variable, and the way we can get the file name is we need to split this URI by slash, and this will return an array with all the paths, and the final path will be the file name. So we can use the pop function, and then we will have the file name. So now we need to return the full URI. So we can use the file system dot document directory, and then the file name. So this is where the file will be downloaded, and then we can use this to share the file. So let's use this function here and then return the URI like this. Now let's use this function here to download the file. So if we have item.file, then we will get the URI using this download file function. And here we need to use the function get Supabase file URL because we need to pass the full remote URL of this file. And this function basically returns an object with the URI, and we don't need the whole object, we just need the URI property. So let's just use dot URI on this function. Now this will get us the full remote path and then download the file. Now we need to set the content.uri property as this local URI from our system. Then if we share this content, this will hopefully show this media. So let's just click on share. Hopefully it's downloading the file and we don't see anything. Um, did we do something wrong? Oh, okay. So this needs to be URL. So let's just change this to URL as well. And this one too. Okay, so let's save this and now let's try again. Okay, so now we can see it's actually sharing the image. So we can copy this, save this, or if we have other apps, we can share it to them. So now I want to show a loading state on this icon because when we share the media, it takes some time to download the files. So let's add a loading state and by default, this will be false. And we need to make it true when we download the file inside this condition, and then make it false after we get the local file URL. So using this inside our icon here, we need to make a condition. If the loading is true, then we need to show the loading component. So let's import the loading component and size will be small. Let's close this, and if the loading is false, we can just show this share icon like this. And let's save this and see if this works. So now if I share this image, we see the loading until the file is downloaded, and then we see the share model to share this media. So let's test this on this file. If I click on share, we see the loading, the file is downloading, and then we can share this file. So with this, we are able to share the text content and the media files. Then we can like or dislike any post. Next, we're gonna work on creating and showing these comments. But before that, let's go into our document. And next, we are gonna work on our post details model. So here are all the steps. So let's just create a mockup for this model. This will be our post details model screen. And first this will show all the post details, and we're gonna use the post card that we used in the home screen for showing the post details. So let's just copy this and let's just use it here on the top. So first it will show the post details, and then at the bottom we can add the comment list. So before the comment list, we want to add an input box here, and this is where user can add the new comment, and we will have this icon here, which if user press on this will create a new comment and update the comment list. Then after this, we will have a list of the comments, and let's just create a code for each list item. And on the top, we will have the user info who created this comment, and we will have the user avatar and then the username. So let's just copy this from here. Then after this, we want to show the comment body. So let's add the comment body and then place it after the user info. So this will be for each comment item. Now let's add it here after the create comment UI. And let's add two more items. Like this. So now you get the idea of how the post details model will look like. This will be a model, not a full screen. Later, we will use this model to delete or update in the post as well. So we can open this model in two ways. Let's go to our post card here. So if we click on the comment icon or this three dots icon, this will open the post details model. So now let's create this new model into our main folder, post details, and let's create a functional component, post details, and let's save this. So now we need to open this model when we click on the comment icon. So let's go into the post card. This is the icons folder. Let's search for the post card here. And now if we click on the comment icon, let's add an on press function here. And this will trigger open post details function. And we also need to do this for the three dots icon. So we already did that. So let's go into this function, and here we need to use the router to move to this new screen. And here in the props you can see we already receiving the router from the parent component. So let's use router dot push, and here we need to define a path name as this new component that we created, so post details. Then we need to pass some parameters, as the post id will be item.id, and we can use this post id on this next screen to get the post details. So now if we click on this icon, we move to this new screen, but you can see this is not a model, this is a full screen. So let's go into the layout file, and here we need to define a new screen. So let's use stack.screen component. Then here we need to name it as post details and then provide some options. Here we need to specify the property presentation as model. So it will open as a model now. Let's close it and save this. So now route named as post details. And this is actually true because this is inside the main group. So we need to specify the main group as well in the name of this screen. So now we don't see the warning. And if we click on this, now this opens as a model, not a full screen. So now we need to get the post ID inside this model that we passed from the previous component, and we can use a hook called a use local search params. This will give us an object with all the parameters, and we can extract the post ID and console log this ID here. So got the post ID. Let's save this and open our terminal to see it in the console. So now if I open this model, we see a message got the post ID as 12. Also, if you notice, these IDs are in an order. So for this one, it will be 12, and for the next one, it will be 11. And that's because Supabase uses an integer for the primary key and then increases it every time we create a new record. And if you have used MySQL or Postgres before, then you already know about this. So now I want to fetch the post details. So let's create a state post and set post. By default, this will be null. And we're gonna call a function to fetch the post details inside our useEffect hook. Let's add an empty dependency array. Here we need to call a function get post details. And let's create this function here. This will be an async function. And for now, let's just add a comment here, get post details here. So now we need to create an API to fetch the post details from Supabase. So let's go into our post service. And here, let's just copy this function and change the name to fetch post details. And we will receive a parameter as post ID. Then we don't need this order function. So let's just remove this. And here we will add a function EQ, because we're gonna get the post based on this ID. So if ID equals this post ID, then we'll fetch the data. And we don't need this limit as well. So let's just remove it, and we're gonna use a single function because we want to get the single object. Then let's change the post details error, and this message will say could not fetch the post like this. So everything looks all right here. Now let's use this inside our post details model, and this will give us a response, and we need to pass the post ID like this, and we'll just console log the result, got post details. So let's save this and see if this is working. So let's see in the console, if I open the post details, here we can see got post details, we have the data and success as true. So let's just remove this, and here we'll make a condition. If result.success is true, then we'll set the post as result.data like this. And now I'm just gonna copy and paste the styles for this whole component, so I don't have to write them again. And I'll just show you these styles whenever I use them. So let's import WP, HP, and the theme object like this. And let's just give this container a style of container. And inside this, let's just remove this, and here we need to add a scroll view. And let's just hide the vertical scroll indicator. Let's make it false. And for the content container style, let's use the style of list. And so for the list style, we have the following style. We only have a padding horizontal. Then inside this, let's add our post card component for the post details. And here first we need to add the item property, which will be the post. And then we're gonna add the current user. So this will be user, and we need to get the user from our use auth hook like this. Then we also need to define the router, because we need the router inside the post card component. So let's add the router here. Then we can also pass a property has shadow, and I want to make it false because I don't want a shadow for this component here. So let's close it and save this. So we get this error, and this is because initially the post state was null, and we are using this inside this component. So we need to make a condition here. Actually, let's just create a new state and call it start loading, and set start loading. So initially this will be true, and we'll make it false when we get the post details from Supabase. So right here, we'll just set this to false. And we're gonna use this inside this condition. So whenever this is true, we're gonna return a loading state. So let's return a view and give this a style of center. And for this item, I'm using the following styles, so you can just copy them. Now let's import our loading component in here, and let's save this. So now if I open the model, we should see a loading state, and then we can see the post details. So this is very useful because we're using the same component on the home screen and for the post details model. So we don't have to create extra UI for the post details. But we do want to make some changes inside this component, because right now if I click on this comment icon again, this will again open the post details model, and I don't want this to happen. So we need to make a condition whenever we use this component inside the post details model. Then we will disable these options and also hide the three dots icon. So for that, we will need to pass a new property to postcard, and let's call it show more icon, and we'll make it false for this component. So let's use this inside the postcard. Let's receive it here, and by default this will be true. So on the home screen, we will still see these icons and actions. So let's go to the three dots icon, and we'll make a condition. If show more icon is true, only then we will just render this icon like this, and let's save this. Now we can still see this icon in here, but if we open the post details, we don't see this icon in the post details component. Now let's fix this comment icon. So when we click on this, we need to use the same property in here, and we need to make a check. If show more icon is false, then we will just return null like this. So let's save this and see if this is working. So now if we click on this, it opens the post details, and if we click on the comment icon here, nothing should happen. So this is working. So now I want to work on the create comment UI. So let's go into the post details, and here let's add a comment input. And here we need to create a container. So let's create a view and give this a style of input container. And inside this, we need to import our input component, and let's give it a placeholder as type comment. And for the color of this placeholder, let's use the property placeholder text color, and we will use the text light color from our theme like this. Now we want to add the container style, and we will use flex 1 and the height of HP 6.2 and a border radius of XL from our theme like this. So let's close it and let's save this. So there we can see the comment box. Now for the input container, we have the following styles. So you can just copy them. Now I also want to add a reference for this input. So let's create a reference. Let's just remove this and create an input reference and use the hook useRef and null. So we want to use this because later I want to clear the input when the comment is created. So we can just pass it like this. And we're using this input reference property here as a reference for this text input. And we also need to create one more reference for holding the value of this text. So let's create a comment reference, and by default this will be empty string. And let's add a function on this on change text, and whenever a value gets updated in the input, this will update the comment reference dot current value like this. So let's save this. And now if I type anything here, it should update the reference value, and we can use that to create a comment. Now we're gonna add a button here. So let's use touchable opacity, and let's give this a style of send icon. Let's close this, and we're gonna use the send icon here. So name will be send, and for the color we're gonna use primary dark color from our theme. Let's close it and let's save this. So there we can see the button. Now when we click on this button, it should trigger a function on a new comment. So let's add this function here, and let's make it capital. So let's define this function here and make it async. So when we create the comment, we first need to start the loading. So let's create a loading state, set loading, and by default this will be false. Now let's use this where we use the icon. So when the loading is true, we will show a loading state. Otherwise, we will just show this icon. So let's copy it and move it here. And for the loading, let's create a view and give this a style of loading. And inside this, we can use our loading component with a size of small like this. Let's close it and save this. So we can't see this loading, but if we make this loading state true like this, then we can see this is how the loading state will show. So let's make it false again. Okay, so now I want to create the data for this new comment, but first let's add a condition here. We need to check if we don't have the current value inside the comment reference, then we can return null. But if we do have a value, then we will create a data object, and inside this we will specify the user ID from the user object and the post ID from the post object. And for the comment, we need to specify the text property as the comment reference dot current value. So this will be the data for the new comment, and now we need to work on saving this comment into the Supabase. So for that we will need to go into the post service, and here let's just copy this function and create post like and paste this here. Change the name to create comment, and this will receive the comment data. Now let's just change this error to comment error, and the message will say could not create your comment, like this. So this will save data into the comments table, and we need to insert the comment data like this, and we can leave everything else as it is. So let's go into our post details component, and here first we need to start the loading. Then let's use this function, and this will give us a response, and we need to pass the data, and after this we can set the loading to false. Then here we need to check if the result.success is true. That means the comment is created, but if it's not, then we need to show an alert to user. So title will be comment, and for the message we use result.message property like this. So here we need to clear the references. So input reference dot current, and we can use the clear function that will clear this input, but this will not clear the comment value. So for that we need to pass an empty string for the comment reference, and later we will send a notification to the post owner whenever a comment is created. So let's just add a comment for now. Optional chaining assign isn't currently enabled. So we can't use this question mark here when assigning a value. Okay, so that will fix the issue. So let's just refresh the app and see if we can create a new comment. Let's open the post details, and here let's just test it and add a new comment as cute, and let's send it. So now let's see in the console. Actually we did not console logged any response, so we need to go into the Supabase and then open the comments table. So there we can see our new comment as cute, and this includes the post ID and the user ID. So this is great. Now next we're gonna work on a list of all the comments, and we're gonna show it at the bottom here. But before that, let me just create another comment, and we will work on showing the comments count in the post card component. So let's add this comment and hit send. So the comment is hopefully created. Now let's add the comments count in the post card, and for that we will need to change the API for fetching the posts. So let's go into the post service, and we can do that because we have a relationship with the post and the comments. So we can include all the comments within a post. So here is the API, and here we need to add the reference table as comments. Then we can pass a property as count, which is not added in the comments table, but when we use this will count all the comments for this specific post. And we can check this inside the post card component. So here let's just console log the post item. Actually, let's just console log the comments property directly because we just need to see that. Let's save this, and we can see it's undefined, but let's just refresh the app. So now we can see it has an array with an object, and this includes a property count, which is the number of comments on the post. So now we can use this. So let's just remove this, and let's go to the comment section. And here, so here we need to use item dot comments, and we need to go to the first object because this is an array, and we need to show the count property. So let's save this. So there we can see the count, and we made 2 comments earlier, so this is correct. Now if I open the post details, we will hopefully get an error like this. So this is because the post details API does not include the comments table. We do have a relationship with the comments and the post, but we just haven't added the comments table yet. And because we're using the post card component and this expects the comments array, so this is why we're getting this error. So now let's add the comments table inside this API. And for this one, I want to fetch all the comments, so I will use static. Then I also want to fetch the user who created this comment, so I can use the users table and specify the properties that I want to use. So we can do this because we have two relationships inside the comments table. So if I edit the comment table, we can see two relationships with the post and the user. So we can do this, and this will get us the user inside the users property, but we can change this to user like this because we will only have one user for each comment. So now we need to fetch all the comments in a descending order, and for that we can use a function order where I can specify the column as created at and some options where ascending will be false, and we have a property as foreign table which will be the included table as comments. Now this will order all the comments as descending, and we will get all the latest comments on the top. So let's just save this and open the post details. So now we're not getting this error, but we also don't see the comments count, and that's because now we're getting the comments array, not the count property. So if I go into the post details here, let's just console log the post object like this, and let's save this. So let's go to the bottom, and here we can see it has the body ID. There we see the post likes, and there we can see the comments array, and this includes all the comments, not the count property. So we need to override this because we are using this inside the post card component. So let's spread the post data here. Then for the comments property, let's use array and then an object with the count property, and we need to pass the length of all the comments on this post object like this, and let's save this. So now we can see the count as 2, which is correct. We made 2 comments earlier. Also, let's just add these question marks, so if we don't get these values, this won't throw an error. So for this post we have 0 comments, and if I open the post details, this shows correctly. So everything's working great. Now, for some reason, if we're not able to fetch the post details or the post is deleted, then I want to show a message here. So let's add a condition here. If we don't have a post, in that case, we will just return a view. And let's give it a style of center. And I want to show it on the top. So for that, let's just add a style of justify content as a flex start. And then I want to have a space on the top, so let's add a margin top of 100 pixels. Then inside this, let's use a text component and give this a style of not found, and this will just say post not found. So let's save this, and if we don't have a post now, it will show this message. So let's just fetch a post with a random ID, and let's save this. So now if I open the post details model, this will say post not found because we don't have a post with the ID 234. So this is correct. And now let's change this back to post ID. And now if I open the post details, this will show the post details like this. So now let's just minimize this and work on our comment list. So here, let's just add a comment list. Then let's add a view and give this a style of margin vertical of 15 pixel. And then I also want to have a gap of 17 pixels between the items. And here we need to map through all the comments on this post. So let's use the map function. And for each comment, I want to return a comment item component, which we haven't created yet. So we'll create this in a second, and we need to pass the item as the comment. So let's close this, and now we need to create this component inside this folder. Then let's create a functional component. Let's save this, and now let's just import this here, and let's save this. So there we can see two comments items, and we need to add the key property on this component, and this will be the ID. So let's convert it to the string like this. So now if we don't have any comments, I want to show a message. So let's make a condition here. If comments dot length equals 0, that means we don't have any comments, and in that case I want to add a text component here, and let's give it a style. I want to use the color of text from our theme, and then let's have a margin left of 5 pixels, and in here I want to say a message be first to comment on this post like this. Now let's go into the comment item, and here we need to receive the item as the comment, and now let's give this container a style of container. And for the styles, let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this component, and I'll show you the styles whenever I use them. So here is the style sheet, and now let's just import the theme object, and we also need to import this HP function as well. So now let's give this a style of container, and you can see the styles for the container in the style sheet. Now let's import the avatar component and give this a URI of the user image. So user can be found in the item because we included the user in each comment item. So let's close this and let's save this. So there we can see the default image for the user. Now after this, I want to add another view, and let's give this a style of content. And inside this, let's add another view, and let's give it a flex direction of row, justify content as space between, and align items center. So the idea is I want to show the user name and the creation date on one side, and on the other side I want to show a delete icon. So that's why we're using flex direction as row. Now let's create another view and give this a style of name container like this. So these are the styles for the name container and the text. So let's use a text component and give this a style of text, and here I want to show the username. So this can be found on item.user.name. Let's save this. So there we can see the username. Also, this background color is coming from this content style, so you can just copy the content styles from here. So next we want to add the creation date. So let's just copy this component, and let's use the created add property from the item. So item dot created add. Let's save this. So I know this looks ugly, but we'll fix this in a second. But let's just change the color to text light color for this date. Okay, so now we want to format this date. So let's create a new created add property, and we're gonna use moment library to format this date. So let's provide item dot created add and then the format function with this format. So let's use this created add property here. Let's save this. Now it looks good. Now I want to add a middle dot between the name and the date. So let's use text and then add this dot. So now it looks good. So next I want to add a delete icon on the right side. So let's add a touchable opacity. And inside this, we'll use our icon component and give this a name of delete. Then size will be 20, and for the color we're gonna use the rose color from our theme. So let's close this and save this, and we will see the icon on the right because of flex direction as row and justify space between. So now I want to add a condition where this will only show if this property is true, so we're gonna use can delete property. And if this is true, only then we will show this delete icon, and we'll pass this property from the parent component. So let's just receive it here, and by default this will be false like this. So if I make it true, we can see the delete icon. So by default, let's just make it false. So now we're gonna show the comment text. So let's add a text component and give this a style of text. And I want to have the font weight as normal for this text. And inside this, let's use item.text property, and let's save this. So there we can see our two comments that we made earlier. And I just noticed that it's not displaying the user image properly because this is the same account, and we can see the user has an image, but on the comments it does not. So where did we use the avatar component? So yeah, here we need to specify the user. There was a spelling mistake. So now we can see the user image. Now let's just log out and log in with a different account because this user is making comments on his own post. So let's just log in with my account. Okay, so if we go into the post details, here we don't see the delete icon, and that's because by default this can delete property is false, and this will be true based on a condition from the parent component. So here let's pass this property. So this will be true when the current user ID equals to the comment dot user ID, means this user created this comment, or if the current user is the owner of this post, so user dot ID equals to the post dot user ID. In both cases, we will show this icon. So we don't see this icon now because we did not created these comments or this post. But if we create a new comment on this post, this will show the delete icon for us. So let's create a test comment. So the comment is created, but it does not show automatically, which we will handle later. So for now, let's just refresh the app and check the latest comment. And there we can see the delete icon because we created this comment and we can delete this comment. Now, when we click on this, this should show an alert to the user if he wants to delete this comment or not. So for that, let's create a function inside the comment item, and let's call it handle delete. So this will use an alert, and using the alert we want to show the title as confirm, and for the options let's just use the same alert that we used in the profile for logging out. So let's just copy this and paste this here. So title will be confirm, and for the message I want to say, are you sure you want to do this? And let's just leave the cancel as it is, and for the logout it will say delete. And when we click on this, this will trigger an on delete function where I want to pass the comment item as well, and this will be received from the parent component. So let's receive it here, and by default this will be an empty function like this. So let's save this, and now we can use this handle delete function on this touchable opacity. So when we click on this, this will show an alert. So let's save this, and now if we click on this, we see the alert. So now we need to implement this on delete function in the parent component. So let's pass the on delete function to this component. And now let's create this on delete comment function here. This will be an async function which will receive the item as the comment. And for now, let's just console log the comment that we are deleting. Let's save this and see if this is working. So just open the terminal, and if we click on delete, here we see deleting this comment. So now we need to work on the API that would delete this comment from the Supabase. So let's go into our post service. And here let's just copy this remove post like function and paste this here. And let's change the name to remove comment. And this will receive the comment ID. And we're gonna remove a row from the comments table. Then we need only one condition, so let's just remove this function, and this will check if the id is equal to the comment id, like this. So let's change this to remove comment error, and the message will say could not remove the comment, like this. And once the comment is deleted, this will give us a success as true, but we also want the comment id back, so let's return the data as comment id. So let's save this, and now we can use this here. So let's get the result from this api, remove comment, and we need to pass the comment id, so comment.id. And once this API is completed, we will check if the result.success is true. That means the comment is created or deleted. And if it's not, then we will alert the user with a message from our response. So result.message, like this. So if the comment is deleted, we need to update the post. So let's use set post, and this will give us the previous post in the callback. And we need to update this, so let's create this updated post here. Let's spread all the previous post data, and then we need to update the post comments list, and let's just filter out the comment that is deleted. So let's use the filter function on this, and we need to keep all the comments where the id is not equal to the comment id that was deleted, like this. And then we need to return this updated post, and this will hopefully update the comment list as well. Now let's see if this is working. So let me just refresh the app, and let's open the post details, and let's just delete this first test comment and hit delete. So there we can see the comment is gone, and it also updated the comments count because this was also coming from the post data. So in the console, you can see deleting this comment, and this comment is gone. Now let me just refresh the app and see if the comment is actually gone. So there you can see the count is 2, and the comment is gone from the database. So there is one more issue with the comment list. So now if I create a new comment and hit send, you'll see the comment is created, but it does not update the comment list. And for that, I'm going to use the real-time updates from Supabase, which we used for the new post. So let's go into the home, and let's just copy the same logic. We're going to make some changes to this, but most of this will be the same. So let's just copy this and move this to post details. Here we already have a use effect hook, so let's just copy this get post details function and paste it here. Now we don't need this use effect hook. Okay, so now let's change the name to comment channel, and the channel will say comments. And for the events, we only want to listen for the insert events whenever a new comment is created. Then schema will be public, and for the table, let's use comments table. And let me just format this. So this will listen to the inserts for all the comments, but I only want to listen for the comments on this specific post ID. And for that, we can use this filter property. So let me just show you the documentation for this. Listen to updates. No. Listen to row level changes. Yes, this is what we need. So we can basically filter the events for a specific post ID using this method. So we're gonna use this filter with the post ID from this post details model. If we don't do this, this will fetch all the inserts for all the commits. So let's use the post ID equals to the EQ function and then the post ID value, like this. Let's see the syntax. We need this dot as well, so let's use a dot after the EQ function. So this will receive all the comments for this specific post. So now let's import the Supabase client and let's save this. Let's create a new function as handle new comment, and this will receive the new comment payload. So let's create this function here. This will also be an async function because we are gonna use the user data for each comment as well. So we need to make it async to fetch the user data later. So let's open the comment details. Okay, so inside this, let's just console log the payload first. Got new comment, and we get the new comment in the new property. So let's just console log this, and here let's make a condition. If we have new data inside this payload, then it means a new comment is created. And for that, let's create a new comment property and spread all the data from a new property. Now let's fetch the user for this comment. So this will give us a response, and we're gonna use the get user data function. And let's pass the user ID from this new comment. And we'll set the user property of the new comment if the success is true on this response. Then let's use result.data. Otherwise, this will be an empty object like this. So now we need to update this comment, and for that we need to call this set post function. This will give us the previous post, and we can just spread the data from the previous post, but we need to update the comments. So we need to show the comments on this new comment on the top. So let's use an array, but first object will be the new comment, and then we'll just spread all the previous comments like this. So now whenever we create a new comment, this will update the post and the comment list, and we will see it in the terminal as well. Now let's create a new comment as test2 and hit send. So there we can see it in the terminal, got a new comment, and this also updated the post and the comment list. So this is working fine. So now let's just delete this, and the comment is deleted. Let's delete this as well. Okay, so the delete is working, and the new comment is working with the real-time updates. So let's go into our document, and for the post details model, we have completed all of these steps, but we will work on the remove and the edit post next. And these icons will be added to this post details model as well. But before that, I want to show you guys one more issue with the comments count, and you guys will fix this. So on the home screen, we see the comments count in each postcard. So if I open the post details and then create a new comment, let's create a test comment and then hit send. So we see the count is updated and we see the new comment. But if I go to previous screen, we don't see this count updated. So to fix this, you will need to listen for the comment inserts inside the home screen in this use effect. And whenever a new comment is created, you will need to loop through all the posts and then update the comment count. And this is very easy, as I've just shown you guys how to implement this. So I will leave this up to you guys. You can play with this and add this feature. So now if we open the post details model, here I want to show some icons on the top to delete or edit the post. So for that, first we will pass a property into the postcard to show the delete icon. This will be true for this component, and then we're gonna pass some functions to delete or edit the post. So we will create a function on delete post, and then on edit we will trigger on edit post function. Now let's create these functions inside this component. This will be async function which will receive the item as the post. Let's just console log the item as delete post like this, and let's just copy this for the edit post as well, and this will say edit post. Okay, so now let's save this and go into the postcard component and receive these properties. By default, a show delete property will be false because I don't want to show these icons on the home screen. And for functions, let's use empty functions by default. We will only show these actions whenever the show delete property is true inside the post details model. And we're gonna add one more condition, as if the current user is the post owner, only then we will show these icons. So let's add a condition here. If show delete is true and if the current user ID equals to the item dot user ID, that means this user created this post, so he can delete or edit this post. So in that case, we will just return a view and give this a style of icons. And let's close this. um I don't think we have the icons style. I think it's the actions. So let's change this to actions, and we have the following styles for the actions. We're using flex direction as row because we're gonna show two icons in a row. So let's just copy this action and paste it here. So this will be edit icon, and when we click on this, this will trigger on edit function. And let's change the icon name to edit. Then let's change the size to 2.5, and let's save this. So we won't see this on this post details because this is not my post. So let's see if we have any post from this account. Here we have my post. So if I open the post details, there we can see the edit icon, but let's just remove the stroke width, and let's save this. So now it looks good. Now let's just copy this for the delete icon, and we'll change the icon name to delete. And we're gonna use the rose color from our theme like this, so it looks good. So if I open any other post, we won't see this because this is not my post, and this works fine. Now I want to show a delete model when we click on the delete icon. So let's add a handle post delete function, and this will just confirm the user if he really wants to delete this post. So let's create this function here, and inside this we're gonna use the alert. So let's just use the same alert we used for deleting the comments. So let's go into the comment item, and here let's just copy this alert and paste it here. Let's import the alert. It's already imported, and we don't really need to change anything because we will just call this on delete function and pass the item. So we are already getting this function from the parent component here. So everything looks all right. So let's just save this and test this. So let's open the terminal. And now if I click on this delete icon and hit delete, we see this delete post console log from our parent component. And if I click on the edit, um, I think this is the event when we click on any button. So yeah, here we need to pass the item. So let's just add a function which will call this on delete function, and we need to pass the item. This will be the post. So let's save this. And now if we click on the edit icon, we see this console log from the parent component. So everything's working great. Now let's go into the parent component post details, this one. And now we need to call the API when we hit the delete icon. So let's just add a comment here, delete post here. Now let's go into our post service, and here let's just duplicate this remove comment function, and let's change the name to remove post. This will save the post ID, and we need to delete the data from the post table. So let's change this from comments to posts, and let's add the post ID here. Now let's change this error to remove post error, and the message will say could not remove the post. So let's change this. And then we just need to return the post ID and the data like this. So this function is done. Now let's go into the post details. And here let's just call this function, and this will give us a response. So let's use the remove post function. And we need to use the item.id as the parameter, but we can also use the post data since we have the post object in the post details component. So either way, it's gonna work the same. Now, if the result.success is true, that means the post is deleted. And in that case, we will just go back to the previous screen like this. And if the success is false, that means we have an error. So let's use an alert to show this error to the user like this. And let's just save this. So now let's see if this is working. So I'm just deleting this test post. So we go back, and that means the post is deleted, but we still see this post in the home feed, and this will be fixed later. But for now, let's just refresh the app. And now if I scroll down, we won't see this post. Okay, so the post is gone. Now I want to test this again. So let's create a new test post. and hit post. Cannot convert undefined value to object. Okay, I know why this error occurred. So when we create a new post in the post listener, we update the post state, and that's where we need to add an empty array of the comments and the likes. So that's why it's causing this error. So in this handle post event, we need to add an empty array of post likes for this new post. And we need to do this for the comments, but for comments, we need to follow the same syntax we are using in the post card component. So here we need to add an array with an object, and the property will be count as 0. So let's save this, and hopefully this won't happen again. So let's create a new test post, test2, and hit post. So there we can see our new post. So this is working fine. Now let's open the post details, and now if I click on delete, if we go back, that means the post is deleted, but we have to refresh the app to see the updated home feed like this. But we need to fix this, and we will add one more condition inside this function, and we will check for another event. So if the payload dot event type equals to delete, that means a post is deleted. And in that case, we will just update the post state. So now let me just console log the payload and see what do we get when we delete a post. Let's save this, and now let's try to delete this post. So the post is deleted, and we can see in the console event type is delete, and we have the post ID in the old object. So this is the deleted post ID, and we can use this to add into the condition. So if the payload dot event is delete and we have the payload dot old dot ID, then it means we deleted a post and we need to update the post state. So let's use the set post function, and this will give us all the previous posts in a callback. So let's create the updated post, and we will filter out all the posts where the post ID is not equal to the one that we just deleted. So post dot ID is not equal to the payload dot old dot ID like this, and then we just return the updated posts. Now let's save this and see if this is working. So let's just refresh the app, and let's create a new post. So there we can see our post, and let's open the post details. And now if I delete the post, we go back, and now we don't see the deleted post, and the home feed is updated as well. So let's just comment this, and now we're gonna work on edit post. So if I open the post details, this is not my post. So actually, let's just create a new post from this account, and then we will edit that. So let's include an image. Let's use this one, and then add a caption as on the top of the word. Then hit post. So there we can see our new post, and if I open the post details, there we can see the actions, and now we're gonna work on edit action. So let's go into the post card. So the idea is when we click on this icon, we need to move to the new post screen where we'll just fill all the existing post data. We need to go into the post details, and then from there user will be able to update this post. So on this function, we need to use the router and then push a new route. So the name will be new post, and for the parameters we'll just separate the item. So this will be the post data on this new post screen. So let's save this, and now if I click on the edit icon, we will move to the new post screen. Actually, we do move to the next screen, but for some reason this model is not dismissed. So to fix this, we're gonna move back from this model and then to this new screen. So here let's use router dot back. So this will dismiss the model, and then we will move to the new post screen. So if I open the post details and click on the edit, we move to the new post screen and the model is dismissed. So now we need to show this post data that we passed from the previous component, and to be able to fetch this data, we will use a hook called use local search params. This will get us all the parameters that we passed from the previous component. So let's just console log it and see if we got this data. So in the console, we can see we got this post data that includes the body, the comments, and the file. So we only need the body and the file to fill this data. Now, if I open the new post screen from the home screen, we won't see this because we didn't pass the post data. Let me just remove this console log, and there we can see the post is empty object. Now let's go back to open post details, hit edit. There we can see the post data. Now we need to fill this data, and for that we need to define a use effect hook. So let's create a hook here. Then let's add an empty dependency array, and first we will check if we have the post from the previous component. So this will be true, and in that case we will set the body reference dot current value to the post body. So we have this reference to hold the post bodies, and this will be post dot body. Then we need to set the file if we have any. So post dot file or null if we don't have any file. So let's save this, and we don't see the editor content, but we do see this icon, and there we can see the image. So this image is coming from a remote URL. So there we can see we used a function get Supabase file URL, and this is being used to show this remote file. So now we're gonna update the content inside the editor, and to update this we're gonna use the editor reference. So let's use it here, editor reference dot current. Then we can use a function called set content HTML. Then we need to pass the post body here, and let's save this. So there we can see the content is updated, but we have an issue with this. So if I open the post details and hit edit, we can see the image is updated but the content is not updated, and that's because it takes some time to load this library. So we're gonna use the set timeout function to update this content editor. So we will use 300 milliseconds, and then we will update the content of this editor. So now if I go back and open the post details, hit edit, so there we can see the content is updated and the image is updated. So now we need to change this button to update when we have the post data. So let's use a condition as post and post.id. In that case, this will say update. Otherwise, it will say post like this, and let's save this. So there we can see it's saying update because we are updating this post. So now let's see what do we need to change in the API. So let's go into this function. And actually we don't need to edit anything here. We're using upsert function, and this handles the inserting and updating as well. And the only thing we're gonna do is include the post ID when we are updating. So here, after defining the data, we will add a condition if we have the post and the post ID. That means we are updating this, so we need to include the ID into the data. So now it will hopefully update the post instead of creating a new one. So let's save this and see if this is working. So let's just update the post content to updated, and then hit update. So we go back, that means it worked, but we don't see the changes here. So let's open the post details, and there we can see the post content is updated. Now let's edit this again, and this time we're gonna update the post file. So let's just remove this one and choose a new image. Let's choose this one, and then hit update. So we go back and it's updated, but now let's open the post details to see the updated post. And there we can see the content is updated and the image is updated, but this is not updated in the home feed. That we'll fix in a second. Now let's create a new test post and hit post. Then let's just refresh the app, and now we will see the updated changes in the post. Now to fix this, we will have to listen for the post updates in the home screen. So let's go into the home screen, and here where we are listening for the post events, we will just copy this insert event and paste it here. Let's change this to update, and whenever a post is updated, this will be triggered and we will get the updated data in the new object. and we need to update the post. So this will give us the previous post within a callback. Now let's define the updated posts. So we need to use map function on this post, and for each post we will have a condition if the post id equals to the payload.new.id. So if this is true, that means this post is updated, and in that case we will just update the post body and the post file from the payload.new.body and the file like this. Now let's return this post, and then we also need to return the updated post as well. So let's save this and see if this is working. Now we have this test post. So if I open the post details, then hit edit, and let's change this to testing post update, then hit update. So there we can see the post is updated in the home feed as well. And if I open the post details, we can see the updated post data. Now let's edit this one more time, and this time we will include an image. So let's choose these flowers, and let's also change this post body to colors like this, and then hit update. So now we can see the body is updated and we see the new image. So post update is working as well. So with this, remove and edit posts are done. Now we're going to work on the user profile section and fetch the user post and then implement the post pagination. Let's go into the user profile, and here the bottom section looks very empty. So let's go into the profile section. And here we're using this user header component, and the only reason to create this is because now we're going to use flat list, and this can be used as a flat list header component now. So we're gonna have the same structure as the home screen. So let's just copy the states from this component and then paste it here. Then we also need a limit variable. So let's add it here and give this a value of 0. Now let's go into the home screen, and here let's just copy the get post function. This is the one. So let's just copy this and then paste it here. So we don't need to change anything. So let's import a fetch post function, and this will fetch the post and set them into the state. Now we also need to pass one more parameter as the user ID, and we have the user object from our use auth hook. And let's just save this. Use case doesn't exist, so let's just import it and save this. Now if I go into the profile, we don't see any error. So and now we need to go into the fetch post function, and here let's receive this user ID. So here, based on this user ID, we need to fetch the post for only that user. So let's just copy this code, and here we'll make a condition. If we have the user ID, then I will fetch the user post, but if we don't have the user ID, then we'll fetch all the posts like this. So we'll use the same code. There won't be any drastic changes, but we will only just add one condition here. So let's use a function eq, and this will make a condition if the user ID equals to this user ID that we passed, and this will fetch only that user's post, and we will show it in the profile section. Now it should be fetching all the user posts and setting them in the post state. So now let's use a flat list component and show these posts here. Let's add the data as the posts. Actually, instead of writing all the properties, let's just copy the flat list component from the home screen, because all the properties will be the same. So let's copy this and paste it here. And let me just format this. Okay, so the data is the post, and then vertical scroll bar is hidden. We have the list style, and the key extractor is the ID. Now we need to import this post card component from the components, and here we are passing the item and the current user. So make sure you import this current user from the use auth hook. Yes, we have imported. Then we have the router, and then we're calling this get post function when we reach the end of this flat list. So Let's import this loading component, and this will say no more posts when we have fetched all the posts. So let's save this and see if this is working. So there we see the loading and the header component at the bottom. And now we can see all the posts from this account, and the pagination is working as well. So now this is working, but we need to move this user header to the top of the screen. So let's just copy this. And in the flat list, we can define a list header. So let's use list header component. And we're gonna use the user header here. So let's save this. So now if I scroll to top, we see our header. Now we need to add some space between the content and the header. And we can use a property as list header component style. So let's give it a margin bottom of 30 pixels. And let's save this. So now we have some space at the bottom. Now let's just refresh and see the profile again. So this is our home feed. Now let's go into the profile. We see the loading, and then we see all the posts from this account only, and the pagination is working as well. So if I scroll down, it's fetching more posts, and if I scroll all the way down, we see no more posts. So now I want to change a few of the things. So I want to decrease the space on the top when we don't have any posts. So let's change this to 100 pixels, and by default we are fetching 4 posts. So let's change this to 10, and let's also change this to 10 in the home screen. So now it will fetch 10 posts on the first try, and when we scroll down on the second time, it will fetch 20. So we can like the post, or let's try to create a comment, test, and hit send. There we can see the new comment, and if I try to edit the post, this works as well, and everything is working great. Now let's go to our document, and we have done user post and post pagination, and let's see if anything is still pending. We have implemented the post like as well, and I think I forgot to add the steps for notification screen, but anyway, let's just create a mockup for that screen. So let's pick a rectangle, and this will be our notification screen. Then on the top left corner, we will have an arrow icon to go back to the previous screen. So let's add a back arrow here. Now after this, we're gonna show the notification items. So let's just copy the design for the comment item, because we're gonna use the same design here. So let's just paste it here. Let's make it big. Now we're gonna store only the comment notifications. So this will say commented on your post, something like this. And here we'll show the username and the user avatar. So this will be our notification screen. We're also gonna use notification count, and we're gonna use real-time updates for that, but that will come later. So let's go to our notification screen, and we can access it using this heart icon. Now let's just refresh the app, and let's open a post. Let's open this one. And the idea is we will send a notification to the post owner whenever a comment is created. So let's go into the post details. And here, when we create a new comment here, if the success is true, then we will create the notification. So let's just go to our services and create a new service as notification service. And let's go to our post service, and here we'll just copy an existing function. Let's copy this one, create post like, and paste it here. And let's change the name to create notification. We will receive the notification object, and this will be saved into the notifications table. So let's change this to notifications. We will insert the data, and everything else is fine. Now let's change this to notification error, and for the message, let's just change this to something went wrong, like this. So let's save this, and now we can use this when creating a new comment. So let's go into the post details, and here, if the success is true, only then we will send the notification. But we don't want to send the notification if the post owner comments on his own post. So we will make a condition: if the current user ID is not equal to the post dot user ID, which is the owner, only then we will send the notification. So now let's create the data for this new notification. And this will include the sender ID, which will be the current user ID. So let's use user.id. Then we will have the receiver ID, and this will be the post owner. So post.user ID. And let's add the title as commented on your post. We also want to add some extra data. So this will be the post ID and the comment ID. This will be the JSON object, but we want to stringify it so that we can save it into our database. So post ID like this, and then the comment ID. Okay, so this should be colon like this. So we can get the comment ID on the result. So when we create the new comment in this API, we receive the newly created data. So and this include the ID of the comment as well. So result.data.id like this. Now let's pass this data to this new function, create notification. And let's save this. So now this will hopefully create the notification when we create a new comment. So let's test this out. So cute, and hit send. I think we have an error. So it says notification error, Supabase doesn't exist. So we need to import the Supabase client into this file. That was the error. So let's save this and test this again. Let's hit send. So the comment is created, but we don't see any console log because we never console logged anything. So let's just go to Supabase and see if the new comment is created. Okay, so there we can see a new comment, and we have the sender ID, receiver ID, post ID as 12, and the comment ID as 9. So if I go to the comments, we can see we have a new comment with the post ID of 12 and the comment ID of 9. So everything is working fine. Now let's just close this, and let's create a new comment on this post and hit send. So there we can see a new notification should have saved into the database. Now let me just log out from this account, and we will log into a different account where we can see the notifications, and then we will design our notification screen. So let's log into this account and then hit login. Not now. Okay, so we are logged in, and now let's go to the notification screen. So before we start working on the design, I want to create an API to fetch all the notifications. So let's go into the post service, and let's just copy this function, fetch post details, and then paste it here. So let's change the name to fetch notifications, and this will receive a parameter as the receiver ID. And then let's change the table name to notifications. So when we specify static, that will mean it will fetch all the data from the notifications, but I also want to fetch the sender data as well. So if you remember previously, we added two relationships inside the notification table. We have the sender ID and the receiver ID connected to the users table. So in our case, we want to use the sender ID foreign key, and I want to get the ID, name, and the image of that user. So we'll specify that here. And here we want to make a condition if the receiver ID is equal to the receiver ID that we pass to this function. Now let's remove this foreign table from the order function, and let's also remove this single function. And now let's change this fetch post details error to fetch notifications error. And the message will say could not fetch notifications like this. So everything looks fine. So let's go into our notification screen, and here first let's create a state to store all the notifications, and by default this will have an empty array. Then we will call a function inside the useEffect hook to fetch all the notifications. So let's add an empty dependency array, and we will have a function get notifications. So let's define this function here. This will be an async function, and here we will get the notification. So let's get the result from this API. Now we need to pass the receiver ID, and that we can get from the current user. So let's get the user from use auth hook. So we want to fetch all the notifications for this user. So let's pass this ID and let's just console log the result and see if we're getting the data. Let's save this, and there we can see a new console log in the terminal. So we have notifications as data and success is true. Currently we have only one notification. This includes the sender object as well. So let's just remove this console log, and here we will check if the result.success is true. Then we will set this data to notification state like this. So let's just minimize this, and now I'm just gonna copy and paste all the style sheet for this notification screen, and then I will show you the styles whenever I use them. So these are pretty basic styles. Now let's just change this to our screen wrapper component, and here we will have a view with a style of container, and you can see we have a style of flex one and some padding horizontal. Then inside this we will have a scroll view, and let's just hide the vertical scroll indicator, and this will have a container style of list style. And for the list style we have the padding vertical and a gap of 10 pixels. Now let's display the notifications here. So let's use the map function. This will give us the item in the callback, and we will return a new component. So let's call this notification item. First let's pass the item, and then we will also have the key as the item.id, and we also need to pass the router because we want to open the post details from the notification item. So let's just declare a router here. Let's use a use router hook like this, and now we need to create this function. So let's create a new file, notification item, and then create a functional component. Let's save this and let's just import it here, and let's save this. We forgot to import this WP and HP function, so let's import them and import the theme object as well. And now let's save this. So there we can see a notification item because we only have one notification for this user. So if we don't have any notification, I want to display a message. So let's create a new condition here. We will check if the notifications.length equals to 0. Then we will display this message. So let's use text component and give this a style of no data. And the message will say no notifications yet. And let's save this. So now if I just don't set the data inside this function, and let's just refresh the application, and let's go to notification screen. There we can see no notifications yet. We also forgot to add our header, so let's import the header component, and let's give it a title of notifications. Let's close it and save this. So there we can see our header. Now let's just uncomment this, and there we have the notification item. So let's go into the notification item, and first of all I'm just gonna copy and paste the style sheet for this component. So now let's get the item and the router property that we passed from the parent component. Now let's change this view to a touchable opacity, and let's also give this a style of container, and let's save this. We need to import the theme object. Also you can just copy the styles from here, and let's import the HP and WP functions. Then let's save this. So there we can see the notification item style. Now let's add the on press property on this button, and we will trigger the handle click function. So let's define it here, and basically this will open the post details whenever we click on any notification item. But for now let's just add a comment, open post details. Now let's just remove this text, and here we're gonna use the avatar component. So let's import it, and we're gonna show the sender image here. So if I just comment this, and let's just console log the item here, And let's save this. So there we have a new console log in the terminal. So we have the notification item, and here we should have the sender object. So there we can see we have the sender data and we have the image property. So let's just comment this, and now we're gonna pass the URI of this sender image. So URI will be item.sender.image like this. Then let's add the size of HP5. Let's close this and save this. So now we can see the user image. Also, these are the container styles, so you can just pause the screen and copy them. Now let me just format this, and let's create a view and give this a style of name and title. And in this view, we're gonna show the name of the user and the title for the notification. So we have the following styles for this one. Now let's create a text and give this a style of text. Then inside this, we're gonna show the user of the name of the sender. So item.sender.name. Let's save this. So there we can see the sender name, and let's just copy this for the title of this notification. So this will be item.title. So let's just remove this. Let's save this, and there we can see the title. Now I want to make this title a bit darker. So let's add the color property as the text dark color from our theme. Let's save this, and now it looks good. So next I want to show the time of this notification on the right side. So let's create a text after this view and give this a style of text, and this will have the light color. So let's add the color property as the text light from our theme, and then let's add item dot created add property here, and let's save this. This should be styles. Let's save this, and let's go to notifications. So as you can see, the date doesn't look good, and we're gonna format this using the moment library. So let's create a new variable here, created add. Then let's import the moment library. Let's pass this item dot created add property. Then we're gonna use the format function, and we're gonna have a format of triple M and then D. And let's use this property here. Let's save this, and now date looks good. So now we're gonna open the post details whenever we click on the notification item. So let's go into this function, and here first of all we're gonna get the post ID and the comment ID from the notification data. So if you remember previously, we stringified this data and stored it into the database. Now we have to parse this data, and we will get the post ID and the comment ID. So here you can see we have the post ID and the comment ID as a string. Now let's use the router and then navigate to the post details. And then we're also going to pass the parameters as the post ID and the comment ID like this, and let's save this. So now if I click on this notification item, it opens the post details model and it fetches the post data and shows the comment list. So this is working great, but now I want to make it so that when we click on a notification, it should highlight the comment that was related to the notification. So for that, we need to go into the post details, and here we need to get the comment ID from the local search parameters like this. So now we can use this to highlight the comment. So let's go into the comment section, and for each comment item, we will pass a new property as highlight, and we will check for the comment ID which will match this comment ID that we got from the previous component. And if this matches, then the highlight will be true, and based on this, we will style the component differently. So let's go into the comment item and receive this property. By default, this will be false. But whenever this is true, we will add one more style object to this container. So let's add an array. And when this highlight value is true, then we will pass the highlight styles. Let's save this. And for the highlight styles object, we have the following styles. We have some border and shadow properties. So you can just copy them. So now if I click on this notification item, you can see the first comment item is highlighted, And that's very useful because user can know which comment is related to which notification item. So if we open the post details from the home feed, you won't see this highlight because highlight is by default false. So everything is working great. Now we want to show the notification count on this heart icon. So for that, we will add real-time data updates in the home screen. So here in the use effect, let's create a new notification channel. Let's just copy this one and paste it here. And we'll change the name to notification channel like this. And let's change the channel to notifications. And we're only gonna listen for the insert events. So let's change this to insert, and the schema will be public and the table will be notifications. Then I also want to use a filter because we want to fetch all the notifications where the receiver ID is the current user ID. So let's go into the post details, and here we already have implemented this filter. So let's just copy this and then paste it here. So we will apply a condition where receiver ID is the user ID. So user.id. Then let's change this function to handle a new notification. Now let's create this function here. So this will receive the payload that will contain the new notification data as well. So let's just console log this payload, and this will say got new notification like this. So now we want to remove this listener whenever this component unmounts. So where we return this callback, let's just copy this line and let's pause this notification channel and let's save this. So now we need to test this, and for that we have to put both the phones side by side so that if we create a comment on the first phone and then on the second phone we can receive this notification. So let's reload the application on the Android. There we can see all the posts, and I believe this phone is using my account. Yes. And on the iPhone we are logged in with a different account. So now let's try to create a comment and see how it goes. Let's open the post details. And here let's create a comment. Cannot read the property ID of null from user. I think the session got expired for the Android app. So let's just reload. And we move to welcome page. So obviously the session was expired. So let's log in with Jon Snow's account. Then hit login. Okay, so now we logged in with Jon Snow's account on this Android device. So let me just confirm by creating a new comment. Let's see if we get this error now. Okay, so now we got a new comment and this is working. Now let's create a comment on this second user's post. So let's go. Here we have the second user post. Let's open the post details, and here let's create a new comment. Hit send. And now let's see in the console, we should have got the payload. So there we can see got new notification. So now we're gonna create a notification count that will increase every time whenever this current user receives a notification. So let's create a state notification count and set notification count. By default, the count will be 0. And in the event listener, here we will make a condition. So if the payload dot event type is insert, and we have the ID value inside the payload dot new object, that means we got a new notification. And in that case, we will set the notification count. So previous notification count plus 1 like this. And let's save this. Now we're gonna use this to show the count on the heart icon. So let's just minimize this. And let's go to the section where we use the heart icon. So here we need to make a condition. If the notification count is greater than 0, only then we will add this count. So let's create a view and give this a style of pill. Then inside this, let's create a text, and let's give this a style of pill text. And inside this, we will use the notification count. And let's close this and save this. So for the pill and the pill text, we have the following styles. So you can just copy them. We have a position of absolute, and this will display on the top right corner of this heart icon. So now if I create a new comment and hit send, there we can see the new comment, and we also see this notification count on the heart icon of the second device. And because we increase the count value, and that's why we can see this on the heart icon. So if I open this, we see the notification, and if we open this first notification, we can see this is the comment that was made. So this is highlighting the comment. Now we're gonna try to create a comment on the iPhone, and we'll see if we can get the notification on the Android. So let's open a post from Jon Snow. Let's open this one. Let's create a comment and hit send. So there we can see the new comment, and we also see this notification count. So if I click on this, we see all the notifications, and if I open the first one, here you can see we made this comment. So this is highlighted. So let's just refresh the application, and we have one more thing left to do. So when we have the notifications and we click on the heart icon, it should remove the notification count. So right now, if I create a comment, let's create a test comment on this post. There we see the count, and if I click on it, it should reset the count to 0. So let's go to the heart icon, and here let's just change this to a function body. And first we will set the notification count as 0. Then we will move to the notification screen. So let's save this. So now if I open the notification screen and move back, we don't see the notification count because it's reset to 0. So let's just reload the application, and finally we have completed this application. So let's just do a final demo of the whole application and see what features we have built. So let's go into the profile, and let me just log out. So the first thing you will see when you open this application is this beautiful welcome page, and you can sign up or log in from this. So I'm gonna sign up. So let's create a new user as Sarah. Let's add a password and hit sign up. So once you log in, you will be redirected to this homepage. Now let's go into the profile and let's fill the details for Sarah. Let's add a random phone number. She lives in London. And let's add a bio as cooking and hit update. We need to add the profile pictures because this is required. So let's use this one and then hit update. So now the profile data is updated. Now we're gonna create some posts from this account. So let's go to the home page, and on the home page we can see all the posts from all the users, and as I scroll down, you will see more and more posts will be fetched. So let's go to the new post screen, and here we will create a new post as, hey guys, I am new here, and let's include an image, and let's choose this cute girl, then hit post. So you will see as soon as the post is created, it will appear on both of the devices because of the real-time changes. So let's create a comment from Jon Snow's account on this post. Hey Sarah, welcome. And let's hit send. So there we can see the new comment and a new notification item. So if I click on this notification, we see this was the comment made from the Jon Snow's account. So Sarah can see all the notifications from all his posts. Then we can like any post. So if I like this one, this won't reflect on the home feed because we haven't used the real-time updates for the likes, but you can just add a new channel here, listen for the likes, and then update the home feed, and this will just work. So let's just reload, and there we can see the like. So I can like this one, or I can create a comment on this one. So if I create a comment on this one, this also won't reflect in the home feed. And I purposely left this feature because you guys can try this and add these features and see how everything is working. So as I scroll down, this will fetch more and more posts, and we have the video post as well. So I can play, pause this video, I can move forward, and I can make it full screen. So this is a fully functional video player and it's working perfectly fine. Now if I scroll all the way down, we should fetch all the posts, and at the last it should display a message, no more posts, like this. And the same behavior is on the profile screen. So here you can see all the user posts, and here the pagination works as well. Then we also implemented some post and the comment actions. So if you have created a post or the comment, you will see the delete or edit icon. So let's open the post where we commented from Jon Snow's account. Let's open this one, and here I can just delete this comment because I made this, or the post owner can delete this. So and now if I open the post details from here, you can see all these comments are gone. Now let's try to edit a post and see if this works. And let's create a new post from this new account. Let's add family time and let's include an image. Let's choose this one and then hit post. So there we can see this new post, and now if I open the post details and then hit edit icon, this will open into the same screen and I will have all the content as it is. Now I can choose this and change this to quality time, and let's make it bold. And now if I update this, this will be updated on the both devices because of the real-time changes we implemented. So this works great. Now let me show you our powerful rich text editor. We have all these options to style our content. So we can add a list, 1, 2, 3, and let's just remove this, and then we can add something. And if we want to style it, we can move it around into the center, make it bold, italic, and let's just remove this and make it big using this H1 or H4. Then I can move it around, and let's just leave it like this. And if I post this, you will see it will be posted as it is with all the styles, so all the users can see this. And let's edit this, and let's change this to hi everyone, and then hit update. And this will be updated for all the users who are using this application. Now let's create a comment as hey and hit send. We can see the new comment and the new notification count. So if I click on this, I can open the post details from here, and this will just highlight the comment that was made. We also implemented the real-time updates for deleting the post. So if I delete this account from Sarah's account, you will see this is gone from the Android device as well. So all the features are working perfectly fine. So with this, our application is complete, and if you have learned something from this app, then do like the video and subscribe the channel. Also share this with your friends or colleagues who are learning React Native. This might be very useful for them. You can find the source code link in the video description, and you can also visit my website for more cool projects like this one. You can support this channel by visiting my Buy Me a Coffee page. I will leave the link of the page in the video description. So this is it for this project, and I'll see you in the next one.